I should have said that. Of course it was. God damn. Really? Still attached to these? Alright. Like every time I get this shaved off and every time it comes back, it's getting more thicker and thicker at least. So now it's starting to get to the point where it's starting to kind of like get pronounced just a little bit. And to say how it's basically my white ass is not going to be able to totally have it shown. I need to get like some oils or something to like have it be more flattened. Same over here. Either that, or I could let it grow out long enough and just have this shit go all the way down. That should be pretty cool. I don't know. Let's see if it actually wants to do its thing. I'm gonna let this all fluff up. There we go. 2 more days and then the weekend. And today's been a day. Really? Huh. It's like this tiny little like it's like this tiny little like bit of nail that I can't really get. And it's annoying as fuck. It's annoying. Boo. Let's put this like so. There we go. Shit. There we go. Cool. Alright. Alright, let's get one cracked open. I was debating if I wanted to be a sober night or not, and I was like, have a little bit. I'll keep it light, but I mean, to be frank, I'm always keeping it light with these stupid fucking things. I'm being a little bitch and just wanting fucking, fruity shit. Fruity stiff. The good fruity goodness. still is true. Our since 1992. Nobody can tell me my destiny. Getting that motoed out. Not still will come your way. Fighting echo battles every day. When still is true. Since 1992. But I can't guarantee my destiny. When's love to contact warfare? Is it places of the soul? Some limbs. There we go. There we go. Cool. Well, what's going on for the tube on a nice little fun Sunday? Let's see. So really not much going on. Ooh. Actually, I'm just having a lot of music recommended to me. It's like, hey, YouTube, do that when I'm at work, not when I'm doing these. You just gotta realize, I feel like recommends and like algorithm like search results and shit, or like recommendeds or stuff like that. I actually feel like it probably would be better, at the very least, if there was a way to at least have a legitimate like specific direct way to curate it. Like basically, have maybe keywords or like specific type of genres of videos or whatever the fuck, prioritized. So you'll type in like, let's say you want like some certain keywords from like a video, whether it's like a channel or the video title or whatever might be in the description. You could put in like keyword, like keywords like politics or music or karaoke or some stuff like that. And also have it like curated for certain times too. So let's say you work throughout the day, and obviously you're not necessarily wanting to listen to like short little videos, but maybe like a long form podcast or music, or like albums or something. Then like have a certain time of the day, where if you're on YouTube or something, it's just basically strictly recommended you those type of things, like long form, streaming / podcast type of content or music, stuff like that. And then, once you're off work, then have it curated for all the other shit you want to watch. So, I mean, I feel like that would actually be kind of like a better way to help curate, like, the homepage and, like, the algorithmic, like, little homepage feed for YouTube and stuff. Cause I was just, because honestly, I get recommended so many damn memes, so much different music shit, because I predominantly look that shit up a lot. Well, at least when it comes to, just like politics type of stuff. I usually don't directly look it up. Usually it's already on my feed or something. Or it's, already people I watch, so I just go directly into my subscriptions, or it's I have a notification or something already, so it's just like I don't look that shit up often. So the stuff that I do look up, which might be every now and then memes or music or karaoke or some other random shit, like every now and then I will get recommended politics stuff just on the virtue of searching for it, like if I'm looking up the Human Report, or if we're looking up a specific video or some shit. So I just feel like it would be a better way to curate the algorithm in general. And then also I think it would also, in a way, can help the algorithm itself, like be able to auto adjust, to people's general interests depending on the time of day that they're, searching things. Because like while I'm at work, the big thing that I'm listening to, if it's not podcasts or like a stream or something like that, it's music. So I get recommended that shit so often. So when I start these and I'm like, alright, so political stuff or something to check out, a reaction or a video or something like that, it's always like music shit. It's like, I mean, not always, but like half of the stuff I'm looking at is that, and it's like, it's like, okay, thank you. I mean, half of the time it's some cool shit though, I will admit. Like, I mean, I've found all sorts of different bands just because YouTube's done that. I've discovered the Japanese metal band, hard rock band Nengenitsu. Because of that, I've discovered Bloodywood, an Indian folk / new metal band. Because of that, I've discovered a lot of bands like the Who, the Mongolian Hunnic rock band. I've discovered them because of that. So I mean, honestly, it's not even really necessarily a gripe about the music recommends, from the algorithm itself. It's just that, can you curate it better? Can you curate it at certain times of the day for me, please? Because that'd be nice, because I didn't want to be such a big deal later. Because I'm sitting here having to refresh my homepage 1,000 times to see if I can get some other shit. It's like, come on, man. I mean, I'm at least happy that it's a little bit more open with the whole music thing, but the whole, the algorithmic suppression shit, can you please stop with that too? Especially with the whole lack of vulgarity. It's like, I'm a vulgar person, I'm sorry, I don't care. I'm not going to censor myself just because It's like, why even so I can get that for monetized fucking channels. I'm not even I mean, I could qualify for it, but I never bother to go for it because it's not much of a point, so, but either way, it's I mean, what the fuck? It's just bullshit. YouTube is whenever it has something that's at least kind of good, that it will put out, it always has to take 2 or 3 different transitions or changes that are just fucking garbage. And I mean, honestly, one thing I found out too is that with the whole woke M&Ms and all that shit that just was a recent hoopla, I think literally the first week of fucking January was about that shit. Well, actually, they're I remember when it first happened, I'm like, Mars company's doing this purposely, and they were actually, they absolutely were. But it's not because they're just trying to rile up, a base, or some shit, to just be all oh, be gone woke now. The reason why they did is because there's an investigation on them about child slavery internationally, and their chocolate processing farms and plants and shit like that. So they're under a spotlight. They got a federal investigation on their ass, a criminal one at that, and they don't want they want as minimal attention. So how do you do that? Make a big fucking advertisement campaign stunts that is going to get a lot of fucking fire, and it's going to get a lot of heat and a lot of attention, and also increases ad revenue, and it takes eyes away from the actual bullshit that's going on with the company. It's a red herring. That's entirely what it was. And go figure. Corporate gonna corporate. I mean, it's not the. If I honestly wouldn't be surprised if it's not the first time that's happened for Mars too. I know Nestle, Hershey's, like all these other companies have certainly have had their problems with this shit, and of course, I mean, Mars Company no different. I mean, it's just at this point, the people at, in those corporate board meetings and shit are smart enough to know that they can use very specific type of red herrings to deflect away from that type of shit, and no one's gonna know. Outside of maybe a few people that got, a little ire for these type of things. And shit, even I didn't know that was going on until until my friend Ripcity found an article about it. And I was just like, oh, wow, go figure. I mean, so it's, I'm not really surprised. Though I will say, though, apparently that new M&M's release is actually very good and, like, very, like, hearty, like, fudgy style chocolate, so, I mean, it sounds good. But, whatever. I mean, if anything, not supporting the company because of their, like, child slavery exploitation and shit would be far more understandable than, because they've gone woke. And frankly, it's hard for me to not really, like, I guess, quote-unquote, support, because I really love those peanut M&Ms. I eat those a lot, and they're really good, because I like those little peanuts in the center of them. So, I mean, I'm kind of a sucker for M&Ms myself, too. I mean, they're a nice little candy, but, I mean, yeah, the idea that they're just, like, innocent little angels, I mean, that would just be silly, just even without the whole, like, child slavery shit, but, I mean, the idea that, they're innocent of, like, any wrongdoing and stuff would be hilariously just obtuse. Oh, here, let me put some more music back on. I totally forgot to. Let's just keep it going. No, I haven't even gotten into my whole absurd ass day today. It wasn't really absurd, honestly, just kind of like just a day. Cause fucking trying to like backtrack the day now. But okay, yeah, like once I kinda got to work, everything was all kinda chilling and shit, but basically, like, I mean, we've had this new guy for a minute, that's, kind of like he's, like, 19, new kid, and, hasn't really exactly done a lot of, really has, like, no work experience yet and stuff. Kind of a naive, little young buck, and, But like he kind of is like a dude that doesn't necessarily, from what it seems like, take well to a lot of authority figures and shit. So, like today, like, he was kind of like challenging one of my coworkers a little bit. Not like intent, I don't really think like purposely, but just in the sense of just like, oh, hey, it's like, I'm gonna, it's like, do we give these things out as samples, and then it's just like, which came into like this whole bone-in wings that we had that were like, that were just like these barbecue bone-in wings and shit. And those, and basically, I mean, unfortunately, honestly, I kind of wish it was some stuff that we could, give as samples. But I mean, basically, like, it's like it was told us like, hey, we don't give those out as samples. Because bone-in food specifically aren't given away as samples. Like boneless stuff, sure, but not like bone-in wings or the fried or baked or anything. I mean, those are the ones that aren't for sampling. And I mean, at least for the wings, I wish. I mean, honestly, for me personally, I don't really give a fuck. I mean, but it's just about basically like, hey, we don't do that usually, and and then we have like a couple line customers, and he's doing that, giving a sample for an employee, and it's like, man, I mean, so you could have just like, just for one time not do it, and just basically from there, just maybe give it to them later or some shit like that, or just do it next time when there ain't no customers around or whatever the fuck. Because like, I mean, the idea is that you don't want to have like customers have the impression that like they could just like willy-nilly sample away the bone-in wings because they're $10 a pound, and they're pretty expensive. Unfortunately, they used to never be that expensive, but unfortunately, because of that type of stuff, it makes it kind of harder to sell those things if you end up sampling them out, because you end up not making any money, and that means that we don't make our hours that we need, because they use that as an excuse to cut hours. Like, you're not making enough money because a lot of stuff isn't selling, or this and that, and blah 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 blah. So, all in all, it was kind of like a little bit of like, I mean, come on, dude, just a little bit. But then he was mentioning about like the wings, and saying it's like they weren't $9.99 a pound or $10 a pound, basically. And it's just like, yeah, they are. It's like he's trying to say that they weren't. It's like, dude, they are, bro. Like, what are you? And I'm sitting here like, why are you challenging them? Like, they literally are. Like, go look up the code. Like, it'll say $9.99, dude. I mean. And it's like, and he just wasn't exactly like too happy about that, obviously, because it's kind of a sense of disrespect a little bit, which it is, because it's just like, what the fuck, bro? I mean, don't be like fucking just like challenging that shit when he's been there longer and also knows that type knows that shit a little more. It's not that like the new guy's just like is dumb or something or whatever. It's been, he just wasn't, like trained properly, which isn't inherently his fault. So it's just, that type of shit was going on. And then for some reason, I got pulled aside in the office today about like attendance and timing and shit, and I'm just like, okay, like I showed up on time today, and at least as of late right now I haven't, but it was because like on Friday I think or some shit I took like a 50-something minute lunch, and they're like, well, I get that you have a dog and stuff, but just try to be mindful, because, and they weren't being like mean about it, at least, so I'll give them that, but it was just kind of like the fuck, because I mean it was just like, hey, I mean like no one's really at least in my department, the reason why I will skirt, a little extra with lunches and shit sometimes is because, I mean, it's because, like, I mean, at my department, we all have, like, a understanding, like, hey, yeah, well, be back, like at this time, and yeah, it might be over 30 minutes, and it's like, well, but there's like a set, like, kind of time framework type of shit. It's not like we're not fucking, like, trying to fuck people off or something. But they also mentioned, just about on time due and stuff, and I mentioned, like, hey, I know that the week before this one, that I was, at 2, but I found that out like Friday or Saturday, and I went, like, I wish I was aware of that, because of, when we had a manager, they would be able to copy and paste and bring it back to us, so we at least had a copy in our department on top of schedule book and the break room and shit. And I was like, and they're just like, well, that's, and they're just like, hey, don't worry about it, like, in a sense of, like, we're trying to, like, get at you or something, just, we, know that, like, if the store director or, like, other corporate were to come down on you, they're not going to be as friendly about it, and we just want to make sure that you're okay, we don't, lose you or anything like that, because you do a good job and this and that, like, so, it was like, in a way, they were trying to look out for me, so I was just like, alright, I'm not going to get all uppity about it. Because I, kind of saw what they're, trying to do about that. So, and it was just like, okay, whatever. And the only reason why they pulled me in the office about it is just because they didn't want, anyone else to hear it, I guess. Which is just like, okay. I don't really think that's that big of a deal. But it's, luckily it really wasn't that big of a deal, I suppose. But I guess now I found out that I'm like 2:30, so he can't show up late anymore. It's not really that. It was like more it's not like I'm trying to necessarily show up late inherently. Like, I'm just saying, fuck it, let's just be late for the sake of being late. It's just that, like, like, basically, at least with these last, for like the past, since we haven't had an actual manager at our department, knowing what the actual schedule is basically like running around like a chicken with its head cut off, basically. Because, like, you have to go, try to find a schedule book, but sometimes that gets updated or changed, because of, last second shit that happens because, someone's sick or this and that or whatever the fuck. So, it's like sometimes it isn't always as accurate, because there's times where I will see the next, upcoming weeks for the schedule where it'll say like 3 to 10 or some shit like that. And I'll think, alright, show up for free, which, not a big deal. Sometimes if I get an opportunity, I'll try to show up earlier. And then, like, at a certain point, there will be, like, I'm 2 to 10, or like a 1:30 to 10 or some shit. But because, like, they will update these things, like, a week before the actual, like, schedule of those shifts and shit, I ain't gonna know that, because I, go in, thinking out when I see those schedules, being one way, and then they change it up a little bit later. And it's like, and there's just no actual communication with that type of shit. So it was just basically like, they were at least just saying, for the two PICs that pulled me aside about it, they were just saying it's like, obviously it's just an all communicational thing, also, obviously for our part, but also, just make sure that, let's say that, hey, this thing is taking longer than expected, like with Zukov, right? Like, basically, like, a part of the things they're saying is like, hey, if you're on lunch, but your dog is taking longer to, go take a shit, than, he's attending, just call up and just let us know, and just, so things aren't like, like, hey, where the fuck is he, why has he been on a lunch for like an hour or some shit, blah, blah, blah. So, like I said, they were more or less just trying to kind of, like, if anything, kind of give me tips to be like, hey, it's not like what you're doing is inherently bad, just let us know, because obviously you got a dog and you don't live far away, so, it's like they give me the leeway with it, but it's just like, they're just saying, just communicate with it. Which, to be fair, I, could do that a little more, like, hey, running a little late, my dog's, not wanting to take a shit right now, so I'm gonna try to, run him around or give him a quick walk, to get him, activated, to do his thing or some shit, so, anyway, like I said, luckily they were at least trying to kind of look out for me a little bit, but a part of why they were doing that anyway is because, my other coworker who was kind of feeling disrespected by, one of the new kids, he, had, the PSC, pull him aside to kind of talk to him about, that, type of shit, too. And I guess in their mind, they're like, well, it's very slow right now. Two birds with one stone. We'll talk to him, and then we'll pull him aside to talk to him then. And I'm just like, okay. Because then when I came back, my other coworker's like, what did they pull you aside for? Was it about our situation stuff? And I was like, no, they actually were talking about my, like, attendance and stuff like that. I'm just like, about that? Bro, there's there's nothing wrong you're doing with that. You're fine on that. Like, why were they talking about you with that? I kind of shrugged. I'm like, I mean, at least, for me, it was like, they were explaining, like, on Friday when I kind of took that longer lunch and stuff, and, every now and then when I'm a little late or some shit, but I think last week, because I didn't know I was scheduled for fucking 2 instead of goddamn 3, I mean, that was probably a part of it, too. So, it's just like, I mean, frankly, it's just more or less that, it's not really, entirely on my end anyway. Like, yeah, letting them know if I'm going to be a little late and shit like that, obviously I can, try to inform them on that shit. But making sure that I know what the fuck when I'm scheduling shit, and if there is any changes, making sure that they are copied and given to us, and being like, hey, can, just at least let us know, like, hey, the initial schedules are like, 3 to 9 or some shit, but now they've been switched up a little bit because of this or that or whatever. Just, I mean, it's like they were mentioning the communication thing more primarily about me, but it's like, I'm really not the source problem with this, just saying. I mean, really. But that's not the end of this entire fucking day. Honestly, I feel like I just got to the near halfway point. So, my other coworker goes on lunch after, our mid, who was a new guy, left at 5, because even though we're not really totally outright we're still understaffed, but we are at least staffed enough to where we can at least have, like, consistently, like, someone at least until, like, 7 or 8, and then 2 closers, but, like, today, nope. I'm sure for the other durations of this week, probably the same thing, or, next couple days this week, probably same shit. But, and then, now honestly, that was actually, pretty smooth, because I was, cleaning up the fire, doing a bunch of extra shit, catching, the backup and stuff, from my, other coworker and shit, and blah, blah, but then I go on lunch. And then I'm just thinking, alright, I know that, my other coworker, can not necessarily, like my other buddy, he's obviously doesn't necessarily like being by himself at at the department, so I'm just like, alright. Make sure my shit's timed, so I'm keeping an eyeball on that. And then about, like, halfway through my lunch, he's like, make sure it's at least at 30, please, because I'm about to kill somebody. I'm just like, oh, no. So I'm thinking here, like, alright, I'm sitting here just watching a video, and I see that, I'm like, ah, shit. It's like, yep, I got about 15 minutes left, I'll be up there, real soon, blah, blah, blah. And, so, I'm, like, having a video in the background, fucking loading my bowl up, getting, smoking that up, chiefing hard real quick, because I know I'm about to walk into something. So I'm like, alright, feeling good. So then I go back and head up there, and honestly, slow. It was dead. It wasn't even really busy or anything. That wasn't even the problem. It was just at one point where, like, 3 people showed up at once, and then there was a phone call, and one of the PSC was saying, hey, daily phone call on line 1, and it's like, the first time, sure, I can get it. And then it's like the second time, it's like, hey, phone call line 1, and it's like, consistent, it's like, hey, phone call line 1, hey, daily, blah, 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 and it's just like, and then, he blurts out, it's like, I'm by myself, you idiot, what the hell, and shit, and apparently, that, like, the idiot part, which he actually even felt bad about, too, later, it was just like, I mean, for me personally, a little amusing, but it's just like, I kind of feel it, because, like, the first or 2 times, since, like, they're not picking it up what's going on, walk over there, walk over to the damn department, see what the hell's going on, and be like, oh, it's just one person, there's 3 people, I'll be like, okay, I'll just have them call back in, like, 30 minutes or some shit, it's just like, or just have them call back another time or something, so it's just like, but that didn't happen. And then, apparently, I guess, she ended up later when I, came back, and then he went on his break real quick to cool down and shit. After he was initially about to come back, She pulled him aside to document the damn thing, and I'm just like, and even I'm like, what the fuck? Like, it's like, I get it a little bit. It's like, you probably don't want to, like, you know, blurting out, like, I'm by myself, you idiot, but, you know, I get it, you know, but just, like, have a, like, just a one-on-one little convo, just be like, hey, what was up, you know, like, and just have it explained, and then just be like, all right, you know, just rule it off. You don't have to, like, document it and all this other shit. I think the main reason why is because apparently a customer complained about it. And it's just like, and also it's like low-key, it's like, to that customer, it's like, fuck you. Like, I'm sorry, but like, yeah, I get it. It's like, you know, it would be unprofessional or some shit. But put yourself in his shoes then, motherfucker. It's like, yeah, if you're by yourself, you got a phone call blaring up on you, trying to, you know, because someone's trying to call you and you got like 2 other people online, like, the fuck you think? It's like, I mean, put 2 and 2 together. So, I'm just sitting here like, what the fuck? And I figured by that point, it probably would have been the end of, you know, the night. But no, there ended up, you know, being some other shit that happened. Which actually ended up being kind of more funny and ended up being kind of a little bow on everything, honestly. And, like, and there was this dude who was coming in, and I guess just for the context of the story, because it actually does kind of play a role a little bit, was like this black guy that was coming in, and obviously was either drunk or on something else, probably, because he didn't smell drunk, so it was probably something else, frankly. And I'm just being honest, like, he wasn't just like, you know, quietly, you know, trying to steal paper towels, by the way, just again for foreshadowing thing. Dude was wandering around trying to grab his paper towels. He had like a bag, I think, with like a couple beers in it, and that was basically it. Like, he like literally like $20 worth of shit maximum. But he's like chatting up with everybody. Like, he came up to me and my coworker. He was Berman's like, yeah, I'm kind of like comedian a little bit. You know, I come from Long Island, this and that, blah blah. Like, kind of talking to us and, you know, cracking a couple jokes with us and shit. And that shit was kind of funny. And, you know, so I just, you know, initially I'm just like, whatever, I'm not thinking anything of it. And by this point, you know, me and my coworker just literally are right about to clock out and, you know, head out and, you know, cheap a little weed ourselves and stuff off his little vape and just kind of, you know, hang out for a little bit while he waits for his Uber. And at that point, we kind of thought, you know, that's it with that dude. But again, the little foreshadowing parts, you know, are come up to here, you know, where we see him while we're outside by like the propane tanks, just kind of sitting there, you know, with our his vape pen, and then all of a sudden we see him walking out yelling. And at least initially, something that I couldn't really understand. I'm just like, what the fuck is going on here? And then I see the RPC walk out, just sitting there standing like this while he's just walking past, and it's like these people in this store, you know, in this company here, and they, you know, it's like they're racist against, you know, black folk like us, you know, it's like we, you know, blah 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 and this and that, and I'm just like, you know, I'm thinking like, what in the fuck happened in there, you know, for all of a sudden for this shit to blop out, and me and my friend were just sitting there like, kind of like, what the fuck? And he had his paper towels, well, not at that point, but he had like his bag at least of something in there, you know, probably, you know, those couple beers that he probably had or some shit. But, you know, he was like, Marin's like, man, they need to, like, you know, leave people like us alone and stuff, and leave us homeless too alone, and all this sort of shit as he's walking to the bus stop, and keep was yelling back at the PIC, was like, are you gonna keep yelling or just gonna keep walking? And he's like, fuck you. And it's just like, me and my coworker were at this point starting to kind of laugh a little bit, repressing it, just like, what the fuck is going on here? Because we thought it was honestly like out of context, just like out of nowhere, like, what the fuck? It was kind of funny, honestly, in a way, just like, what in the hell going on here? Because because if you break it down, like, what was going on wasn't like, you know, some racist shit happened to him. He was trying to, you know, like, you know, he was trying to steal some shit. And you know, it's like, and honestly, especially considering it's like $20 worth of shit, it ain't worth it. Just let him go, you know? As far as I'm concerned, I don't give a fuck. You know, so, like, I'm thinking, alright, whatever. And then, you know, so, you know, like, initially, it was murmured that we thought he came back in, like he walked out that way, circled around, and came back in to try to, like, you know, get some other stuff that, you know, he was stopped from getting or something. And we initially were like, oh shit, really? So we went in there, and they're just like, no, there's like somebody else that might be like potentially trying to steal and stuff. And we're just like, Oh my fucking god, really? And then we go outside, and then there's like literally a singular cop car, and the circus of our fucking police department is ridiculous at this point. And this is where it gets a little just fucking stupid. Because, like, first it's the one that pulls up to the bus stop, you know, to talk to the guy, obviously. And we're just like, oh, well, he was over there. You know, they I guess, found him. And within, like, the course of 5 fucking minutes, I shit you not. Is he still alive? Yes, he was, like, they rolled up, and I could tell, like, there was just one guy at first, and he was just like, he did this, and I could kind of tell, it was like, how you doing, sir? Something going on tonight or something? Blah, blah, blah. Like, I could kind of tell at least the guy that walked up, I couldn't make out who it was, but at least the dude walked up was probably one of the more laid-back ones in the sense of, like, alright, what the fuck's going on? And, again, honestly, like, frankly, it's more or less the guy was probably just bored. They don't want to, like, do enough shit to where they have to do a lot of paperwork, so to speak, but they like to check up, like, oh, wait, we got a fish? Got a fish on the hook? All of them start showing up. Because, and like I said, when in the course of, like, 5 fucking minutes, like, at first, it was like, one shows up, turns corner. And then, literally, within the course of 1 minute after that, it was like, another one shows up this way. Another one turns around this way. Another one pulls in for the parking lot, you know, from the, like, street lights and shit. I'm just like, what in the fuck? And then there's, like, another one that rolled up. I'm like, there's, like, 6 or 7 fucking cars for this one motherfucker, dude. For one guy. For fucking paper towels and, like, a beer or 2. It's like, wow, tax dollars at work right there. It's one of the things I hate about Milwaukee. It's just like, wow, the cops here are that fucking bored that, like, every single one of them that happens to be on patrol, you know, tonight had to be like, alright, let's go see what the fuck's going on at the Safeway. It's like, it's like, fuck off. You got nothing better to do? It's like the one dude that showed up was enough. It's like, honestly, I felt like, you know, if it was just the one cop car, I would, you know, it's like, yeah, cop guy showed up and probably either talked to him or detained him for the night or something, I don't know what. But, and by the way, they, I think, arrested him. They had him in one of the vehicles, either detained or arrested, I don't know what. But they were looking in his little bag, and honestly, I would imagine, like, he's probably gonna be charged with something stupidly, frankly. Because, I mean, yeah, was he, like, kind of being rambunctious? Sure. But he wasn't being violent or anything, or, like, outright aggressive to anybody. In fact, he was actually, you know, fairly, like, kind of cordial with, you know, at least for the most part, up until, I guess, he tried to walk out. But it's just like, man, what the fuck? It's just like, I mean, I kind of, in a way, like, I get, like, you know, like, people consistently, like, stealing shit is kind of an issue in itself, but, like, because it does kind of impact workers like us in a sense when it comes to, like, our hours and shit, because, oh, if the store ain't making money because there's a lot of theft, we need to cut your hours to compensate, and blah, 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 and all sort of shit. I mean, you know, there's a, you know, like, there's a certain point where if someone's stealing so much shit, that's like, okay, yeah, you probably want to stop that. But if it's like 10, 20, 30, like, even $100 worth of shit, I'm not even gonna give a fuck. You know how many times there's been, like, people that are like, can I get an express special and, like, 3 egg rolls and whatever the fuck and blah, 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 blah. And then I would give it to him and I just see him literally just walk right the fuck out. Oh my god. I can't even tell you how many times. And I'm just like, well, alright, whatever. I'm just like, well, I guess you got a free meal. Alright. I just kind of shrug it off because I don't really care. I'm not paying enough to give a shit. At least for that. If it's like $500 worth of shit and, like, you got, like, half of the fucking, like pharmaceutical aisle, you know, in your fucking shopping cart and, you know, like, 2 24-packs in there and shit, like, trying to have a little fucking weird-ass party, you know, trailer park party going on or something, then it's like, yeah, probably won't stop you. But for, like, a little, like, meal, some bread, eggs, and a beer or 2 or something, I just don't care. I mean, there's, like, people that will steal fucking, like, baby formula and shit because they can't afford it, for fuck's sake. So why, you know, and honestly, you know, like, we were actually, some of us were even talking about this the other night when it was pretty slow, because we were closing up and we had a lot of food left over and shit. At least in our China case, I still was going to get distressed. And it's just like, And one of the PSC said, I want to try to have a nickname for her. I'll just nickname her B, I guess. And because she's the same one that was walking out, be like, "You're gonna keep walking and do the, she was working tonight and for the whole weekend at least." But she at least the other night came. It's like, you all throw away a lot of food, don't you? It's like, some nights we do, yeah. And she's like, why don't we just donate this to all food bank? Like, this is just so much food. Like, this is still good. And it's like, if anything, it might help with, people not stealing shit, because, it might cut back on thievery because a lot of people that are stealing shit are stealing food. And it's like, yeah, kind of. And I'm kind of hoping that she'll kind of, like, put the word, at least, to be like, to our store director who's in fucking Mexico right now for a nice little vacay. Which, when I see her again, which it might be tomorrow, if I understand if it is, I'm gonna straight up ask her, it's like, bring any tequila back for the store? You bring any tequila back for us? I'm just gonna ask her, just straight up. Just see what her reaction is. I hope she takes it, like, at least as a joke and be like, funny. At the very least, I want her to at least have a little something like that. But I'm also kind of serious, like, yeah, did you actually bring tequila for us? But, yeah, it's been a day. Well, not bad, not good, just a day. It's an eventful one. Did you ever find out what happened now with those fire trucks? No, I didn't actually. I will have to ask, I know who to ask though, so when I see her, I'll just have to ask her. Because she was literally outside, at least when I was walking to Sevy's, she was outside when, they showed up, so I can at least ask her. I don't even know why I didn't even bother saying something on my way up. Because I waved hello, and I was just like, I should have been like, what's going on with all this? You know what's going on? But, whatever. I'll find out. Middle school breakups are rough these days. Wait, what is this? I can't be with you. Wait, hold on. What does this say? I can't be with you no more. This other girl I know wants me to go with her. You don't know her. She go to Aldine. She in 7th grade, like I should be, but she 14, so she should be in 8th grade. She got that ass, and she got that ass and those tats and those tats. And my birthday is March 29, and she told me if I go with her, I can fuck her. Bro, dude, no shame, bro. Plus she Crip, so I will be with her. Damn, you know what? At least he's not cheating on her. He's at least being honest. So it's like, that's like some strangely that's like, I mean, in a weird way, he's kind of a chat about it. Like, he's honest. He's not cheating. He's like, hey, honestly, I'm just gonna be honest, I'm kind of feeling this other chick, her and I are kind of clicking. I mean, I like you, blah, 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 but I'm gonna be for circle. Like, I mean, he's kind of being a little bit of a chat about it, and very bluntly honest. So, I like it. I like it. I mean, it still feels kind of horrible, but, I mean, I still kind of like it. That shit's so hard to read. Honestly, it's not really that bad, but it's bad. I was able to read it, but it was still pretty bad. The only reason why is that, at least because it's legible. Like, it's like the kid's fucking like the kid actually has some pretty decent handwriting, but yeah, the grammar's bad. But I love that comment. She got that ass in those tats. The tats, bro. She got those tats. Damn. Well, hey. That poor kid. Yeah, I feel bad for the girl, though. But, at least he's honest. At least the kid's honest, I'll give him that. He's honest. He, outright cheating on her, so I can't really, dog on him too much. Just very brutally honest. Which I honestly, I guess that's better than just outright deception, right? So, I mean, I'd rather blunt honesty than, sneaky deception. So, all in all, can't really hate the kid. Girl probably like that Void Tet Tet guy. Dude, I love it. Tet Tets and that ass. I love it. I just love how so simple that is. She got that ass and those Tet Tets. Oh my god. I just love the blunt fucking honesty with it, dude. So great. Because honestly, sometimes, I mean, like, blunt honesty sometimes just needed, Just like that assertive, honest, just bluntness. Every now and then it's just kind of needed. And, and honestly, kids, they tend to be very honestly blunt about shit. So, in a way, better to, kind of at least learn some of that young, when it comes to just like, hey, communication and honesty is best, when it comes to a relationship, even if it is hard and it still hurts. But, so, like, if anything, I actually kind of gave credit to that, to the boy that wrote the note. I'll give him credit for that at least. He actually, kind of went about that pretty well. Outside of that, she got that ass to the Tet Tets. I mean, outside of that, I mean, that's just a little bit too blunt of honesty, but, I mean, he gets the idea. I mean, he's got the spirit. Oh my god, I got so many so many links. Hold on, let me see this Twitter link. Right wing. So this is unedited version. It's not much better. Ah, fuck, dude. You could have given me a trigger warning, Rose. Oh my god. I don't even. Wait. There's. It had to be. I'm not showing this. This is really fucking disturbing. Oh my god. Okay. Well. All right. Well, I don't want to see that again. A manager making a comeback. I was working in a movie theater in France. A customer started arguing with my manager, who was a highly functional alcoholic and did not give a fuck about pleasing Karens. Based. She stupidly went. The customer is king. To which he replied, "We're in France, we decapitate kings." Based. That was my initial blunt gut reaction right there. It was just to give him a round of applause. Based. It's, wow, awesome, dude. Based. That. Why are the French even like, the, like, on the floor managers are based? Well, over here is a lot more selective. Like, every now and then he might be, find a cool, like, person in charge, type of manager that's kind of like the underling of the, like, managers. So, I mean, and honestly, at least for our store, luckily, at least most of them are all pretty chill. And honestly get fucked over by management just as much as everybody else. So, that's always just awesome. Can, like, the French do, like, a mass migration over here? Can we get, like, let's do, like, a program or something. Here, I'm gonna brainstorm this. We should get, like, some sort of, like, like, dual federalized program with the French here and be like, hey, so we want a lot of your radical shit, so let's do, like, an exchange. We'll give you some, some people. of, you know, like, I frankly, I don't know how it would work, at least in this case, but, like, I would say maybe, like, we could probably make it like a, I want to honestly, no, we can't besmirch the French by sending, you know, weird right-wing chucklefucks over there. We can't do that. Because I was about to be like, you know, let's try to, you know, interweave that, you know, island of ice, you know, that proposition that I went on like a 2-hour rant about. Like, I was thinking, how do I interweave that into it? And I was like, nah, I can't do that, because I just, you know, I'd just be insulted. I'd just be like, the French would be getting a bad deal at that point. So, I'd say, if we do like an exchange, if we can have it at least like and if it's like at least like a sign up thing, then there's at least just gonna be a chance that those fuckers are gonna probably sign up for it. I mean, like, I want to go to France. Sounds like a cool place. I can have all the champagne and baguettes and stuff I want, dude. You know, so. Like, so you're gonna get weirdos like that. So, well, you know, okay, whatever. I mean, I guess it's, you know, this, I guess the shitty lining with that one, so the silver lining. But whatever. I guess, you know, if, you know, they'll understand. I guess in the same way, like, I mean, you know, the French will have the same thing. So some of their weird right-wing chuckle fucks will come over here too, being like, "Oh yes, America is the best place ever," and all this shit, and, you know, thinking like, fucking being all like, yes, you know, America's economic system is the best, and it's the best ever. I love it. You know, it's like, you're gonna get some weirdos like that. So, you know, I mean, either way, yeah. So I guess the funeral is mutual. That's, yeah, whatever. But it needs to be at least heavy-handed, so we get more of the French than we, overall. You know, so it's just like, how do we do that? Because we need some more of the radical, like baseness and shit of, especially dealing with, you know, corrupt rich elite fucks and kings and billionaires and stuff like that. So we need to at least have it somewhat heavy-handed. So how do we do? So this is the part where where I'm having a challenge with. So we'll have to like somehow like say to, you know, to them, be like, hey, you know, we'll have it like, you know, maybe like have like a quota or something. Be like, hey, you know, we'll have, you know, like this amount versus, oh, you know what, actually that might work because there's more people per capita in the U.S. and less for, well, that would actually be well, you know what, we can, you know, because I was thinking, because technically it would actually want to be flipped, because like if you have more people leave from a country that has more people per capita to a country that doesn't, then that means you'll be able to kind of grow from that. But you know, because France obviously does not have as many people as America does. But the idea is to at least flip it. So if we could at least somehow, you know, make it believe that, you know, it's like we're sending more people over there, but they're actually sending more people here. It doesn't even have to be permanent, you know. We can just like, you know, do extra, like, you know, we could just basically be like free student exchange shit. Like, we could interweave this into other shit we even already have. Like, you know, just like, you know, all pay expense, you know, like worker, you know, like work visas and blah blah blah. Like, I mean, honestly, some of this shit's already kind of in place. We just have to like, just basically be like, for French specifically, for the French, especially for the radical French, the based French, just free, just, you know, it's free expense, all paid for, you know, with a joint, you know, expense, you know, by the, you know, French and U.S. government with that one, you know. So I don't know, you know, I mean, I feel like, you know, there's a possibility. It is hypothetically possible. Because the French, like, there's a lot of memes. There's a lot of memes about them, like baguettes, you know, just white flags of surrender and all this other shit and blah, 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 but it's because we fear them. We underestimate them, because when they're pissed off and they're angry, they're pissed off and angry. So, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's because we, deep down inside, we underestimate them. French are based, all right? It's like, I mean, it's just like on the 100, you know, because we all make the memes about it, but deep down inside, it's because we truly kind of fear it. I mean, in a way, I'm actually not even being ironic. I mean, like, because the French, like, there's actually a lot of, especially in, like, the post-industrial era, like, a lot of really cool shit about, you know, the French at that point. Obviously, you know, not entirely, but, I mean, at least when it comes to, like, a lot of the challenge towards the status quo of what, like, France was, I mean, that is cool shit. And there was a lot of it. And there still is. There's like a national strike going on right now against Macron and his fucking bougie-ass cronies. So the French are still kicking ass with shit right now. So it's just like, I mean, fuck, it feels like every other, like, month or every, like, 4 to 6 months I'm hearing about, like, a protest or a strike going on in France. Like, they love that shit. And that's what I want. That's why I'm proposing this. Like, bring that over here, for fuck's sake. Can we have that, please? We need some of that, like, piss and vigor in our people and shit. Like, goddamn. Aw. You look like a little bean. You look like a cocoa bean. Are you trying to imitate a cocoa bean? I think he's a cocoa bean now. Bloody limbless bodies coated in floor of the head at the airport, pressed against the wall by his neck. Ignores him gripping it. Where's Zuf Coffee asks, wait, what's going on here? First, justify public freakout. Public meltdowns are almost always ill-advised, but if an airline lost my pets, I would raise the entire airport to the ground like Sherman's march to LAX. Wait. Well, oh shit, I'm sorry. God damn it. I should have looked over to this Bluetooth because we weren't using it for an extended period of time. I should have done that first. Fuck. Okay. Anyway. Airline lost his dogs. They're not giving him answers. Airline could take days or weeks to locate them. Oh, yeah. I do. Oh my fuck. Dude, now you're making. Oh, God. Now I'm feeling that, dude. I'm gonna fucking, you know, feel for this dude already. Yes, this is a Justify public freakout. I don't care how he acts.
My dog! Why? You're crazy, my dog! This is my last one! My children! My children! I want to see my doggies!
And his 4 dogs.
Where's my...
And his 4 dogs, ... Well, fuck, is there a follow-up at least? Serious? No, what? That was obviously cut off from a bigger you what the okay, low-key fuck this guy because he only gave us just like a little clip because what did the guy at least get his dogs back? I really hope, man, because oh my god, dude. Dude, oh my god, fuck. I panicked, you know, when he snuck out once and I couldn't find him even though he's literally hiding under one of my fucking trees, you know, blending in. Like, in my front yard, just literally hanging out there while I'm fucking panicking going up and down the road and shit. I mean, yeah, like, wondering where he is. And that's just in my own damn block. You know, like, dude, oh my god, that would just, oh my fucking god, dude. I would, dude, I would start actually, like, you know, fucking throwing hands with people. It's like, you know, yeah, dude, yeah, honestly, like, yeah. I would get fucking physical at a certain point. If they're not giving me answers, it's like I'm gonna beat the answers out of you then. Like outright. There would be blood. No, I'm being serious. Yeah. No, there would be. It's like I'm gonna fucking find those answers out of you one way or another, and you're gonna fucking give it to me, and then I'm gonna, you know, like hijack a plane. Okay, okay, you know, I'm satire just to prelude this. Fucking take a plane. I'll take a plane, wink, and then fly there myself to go find where the fuck they are. And then go pick them up and then fly them back myself. And then we can, you know, see how the law sees fit at that point. In Minecraft, because satire, I forget YouTube's a bitch. Can't make a fucking, you know, like, hypothetical joke. You know, even though I'm serious about, like, where's my fucking dog shit. But obviously I want to go to that fucking length. But, yeah, I would probably get to a point where I'd get fucking physical and very, like, yeah, I'm already fucking just, like, I'm just really glad that, you know, he's by my side. And honestly, like, I mean, my mom is honestly, like, wanting me really heavily, and she thinks, like, honestly, it's, like, some agreement that I have him as, like, trained as a support animal and shit, and it's just like he doesn't. I mean, I just don't really feel like that's necessary. And also part of it's just because then you could take him on flights with you and stuff. And I'm like, no. It's like, honestly, I wouldn't. Like, if I'm taking him anywhere, or if I want him to go somewhere with me, if I want to go to, say, like, I don't know, like, fucking, I'm trying to think. Like, let's say I'm, visiting family, or like my granddad in Arizona or some shit, and I want to bring my dog along or something. At that point, I'm driving. It might take, 4 or 5 fucking days, but I don't give a shit. People shouldn't be bringing animals on planes to begin with, so it's stressful for the animal and generally annoying for other passengers. Well, the thing is, a lot of the times, they're stored underneath. So, it's honestly so fucking stressful for animals, unless, really, they're with, their owner or with their companion. Obviously, they're going to be stressful, but they're a lot more calm and a lot more, okay for the most part when, they're with their, companion's side. I mean, it's like, for Zukov's case, that wouldn't even necessarily be a good idea because he's such an aggressively friendly son of a bitch. Like, he would want to, like, walk up and sniff and be friendly and want, like, pets and scritches from literally every fucking person that walks up to him or it, like, makes eye contact with him. So, it's just like, I know his behavior, it just won't work. Unless it's like one of those tiny ass little charter flights where I'm like taking a private plane, like a little Cessna or some shit. It's like, alright, I'm like, it's like you get like, Boomer's been doing the trade, but it's like, doing like mountain, like charter flight shit. But I'm just like, alright, son, we'll have your dog to sit in that little seat right there. We'll have you right next to him, and we'll just get ourselves going. I tell you what. And you got like a fat ass cigar, big ass like 1970s era, like pilot mustache, aviators and shit. That literally looks like some, big, like just kind of big boy of a pilot, type of shit, but just like basically just a time warp from the 70s or something. It's like, at that point, yeah, I would be okay with having him on a plane because it'd basically just be me and him and then like the weird hypothetical 1970s era time warp boomer pilot. That might just tell you about his times in Vietnam or some shit or whatever the fuck. It's like, I tell you the time I, was flying some A4E, fucking Skyhawk, attack fighters and stuff out in Vietnam. I tell you what, man, it starts going Boomhauer about, oh my god. Okay, maybe I'm starting, no, maybe not. Yeah, I'm starting to kind of talk my way out of that, actually. But, I mean, at least when it comes to, like, animals being on aircraft, I mean, for me personally, I don't really have an issue with it, but the airline industries don't really have, their aircraft interior, like, passenger design, like, and shit. It's not designed for it. Like, it's just basically designed to get as many fucking asses and seats, and that's it. Like, they don't really give a fuck about any other commodities. And honestly, personally, I think it would, it would work if at least some aircraft were more specifically designed for, like, animal accommodations. So, like, you have one chunk of the aircraft, probably either in the back or maybe in the front or something, where it's, like, where there's, like, a door where, there's way more spacious seating and, where, someone sits and they have their, pet, right in front of them or something, or their, carrier, where they have their cat or their dog in or something. Or some shit like that, if there's actual, like, legitimate accommodation for those type of things, and if it's, like, an extra $20 or $30, like, fee for the regular, on top of the regular ticket price, I mean, whatever, I mean, that's not a big deal to me, but, like, there's just none of that, unless you're taking, like, some, first class, business class type of shit, and, where you can get, some extra spacing and stuff, like, at the very front, but beyond that, kind of fucking shit out of luck. And, so that's just me personally, and also because, there are people who are allergic, to cats, dogs, etc. So to kind of help minimize, those problems and stuff, having a more sealed, cabin for, people like, that might have, their dog or something, it'll be a little easier. And they don't even necessarily have to be big. You can have it like, spaced out to where there's only like 6 seats, 3 are either end, so realistically there would be only like 6 people maybe in the back, with their pets. And not everyone necessarily would have a pet back there. I mean, if someone just doesn't care if, someone's dog is right next to them or something, they would probably, just, take the seat as well. Because unless they have their pet, at least in my mind, that, extra fee and that extra charge and stuff for having a pet carry-on basically, wouldn't be there. I mean, it could probably be a little cheaper, but that fee would compensate for that. So that would at least be in my mind. But the aircraft would actually have to be, retrofitted and configured for that shit. And no aircraft is. I mean, because go look at aircraft from like the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s when like the whole commercial airline thing became like kind of a more bigger booming industry. Go look how planes interior wise were designed. It was luxurious in a lot of ways, and it was not really like a very big like average Joe type of thing that people did. But, I mean, it's like the whole more, like, quote, luxurious type of shit that was there needs to honestly be kind of brought back. Like, where some seats in some areas, just straight up have, like, a little table where it's, like, one seat this way and another seat across from it. When there's, like, like 2 or 3 feet away, there's at least, like, maybe, like, 1 row of seats, and then another 3 feet, maybe another row of seats that are, in the, like, right there. Then right directly behind it, there's another seats that are opposite of it where you got, like, a little, like, kind of like a little bar table setup or something, and then have like seats like that. I mean, there could be all sorts of, type of shit, that could be a lot more accommodating for comfortability and for also, getting asses into seats or whatever the fuck. It's just like balance it out. We're not fucking sardines, damn it. I found out that Melty doesn't like flying either. Well, he's scared of heights. Of course he doesn't like flying. I already figured that. Him and Harley need to be Minecrafted into an airplane. Dude, if I was a pilot, honestly, I always had a hypothetical scenario. If I ever were to be a pilot and have my own plane, I dead ass would be like, hey, let's take a day to go, fly around somewhere. And I would make their asses get inside. And I would either make Metal-T or Harley, fucking... like in the co-pilot seat, and I'd be like, hey, are you holding on to everything? Yeah, you're in control now. I would literally do that. I'll be like, hey, so now keep everything level. I'll explain and, tell you what to do. I'll tell them, I would tell them, be like, all right, so you're going to do a slight bank to the left, and you want to gently move that to the left, and it will slowly start banking. You're more aware, because you're more aware of shit in the small craft. Well, I've done it before. Like, I've straight up have done that, because one of my step uncles used to own a private plane. I was actually, I think I was talking about this last night on stream. And at some point, because my dad's rambling, I think that's how it got brought up. But yeah, I think I was talking about it last night. Like there was that one point where my uncle, and I was also like fucking 8, where he let me do that. And honestly, with Harley, I would never let him do that. With him, no, fuck him. He's never touching it. With Melty, though, I could see him being like, trusting me to just like let him slowly just do some banks and then level out, and then I'd be like, all right, cool, how did I feel? And then just kind of go back to the waypoints, like, and then and go on our charted route and just kind of be like, feeling, or oh, that was scary, don't do that again. I'm like, all right, cool. I don't like flying, but for completely different reasons than Melty and Harley. The seats are uncomfortable as fuck, and the airports take forever. See, I don't like flying for that type of shit, but when it comes to like a small charter aircraft, like Cessna or Beechcraft and stuff, it's a little different because seats are a little more comfortable, and it's kind of more personal in a way, where it's just like where you have a little bit more freedom in a sense of like, if one of your friends is the pilot, you could kind of go I mean, as long as you pre-chart these things and kind of pre-plan, like because with FFA rules and all, there's a lot of regulations to shit, obviously, when it comes to these type of things. And, you have to kind of pre-plan these things. And also, if let's say you're going to do like a free flight, essentially, those type of things are allowed, but there's only certain areas and certain places with air traffic, they're acceptable, and at certain altitudes. Small little free roaming aircrafts, like a little Beechcraft or a Cessna or a Piper Cub even and stuff like that, they got a lot more freedom to essentially kind of have free flights where you might have kind of a general plan about where you want to go, but you can kind of go wherever you want at that point. Smallest I've ever been on was a small commercial plane with only 2 rows of 2 seats. Yeah, so probably like a Dash 8 or a Dash 10 or something like that. But yeah, I've been on all sorts of aircraft, so, I mean, honestly, because I do like flying. I mean, the idea, and I do kind of like the idea of being a pilot, not like a commercial pilot, especially considering that, with, the idea of, these airlines trying to lobby the FFA to have only, 1 pilot. That shit is just fucking insane. So, yeah, I would not fucking be a pilot. But, at least, in that sense. But if I was just, a small little charter pilot, then, yeah. Hell, I'd make it like a little side gig. I got a decent job, but not anywhere with that kind of money. Well, see, in my mind, I would be kind of the more, working Joe's, charter aircraft, where it's it'd be more of a side gig, and it'd still be kind of expensive, but, I mean, it'd be I would try to at least make it more comparable to, what an actual, flight price would be, for going to a certain distance. Because for me, it'd be equivocal of alright, we're going to be kind of paying for the mileage, basically, essentially. That's kind of how I do it. This aviation fuel is very expensive, and that's kind of the problem with it. I mean, it is expensive, and that's kind of where you kind of have to make the balance. Do you do it where you at least break even, or do you do it where you at least are making, you're doing a job, doing something else, to where you can at least make up that money, or make up the loss? I'd become pilot because I essentially have people's lives in my hands. That's power. If you defy me, I can end you. Well, imagine if it's just a plane with just you on it, though. And it's just you, the skies, and the machine you're flying in. I mean, because honestly, for me, I would just get a little something small, a little Piper Cub or some shit. Because a little Piper Cub is either a 1 or 2-seater, depending on which model of Piper Cub you get. And they're just little mountain planes. They basically they can also be, they could basically, land on just fields and shit. Usually, especially if you look at the ones that are made for, being in the northern areas, like Siberia, Alaska, and shit like that, they got, these fat-ass tires. And, so they can, essentially, because that means they can land anywhere, essentially, as long as there's enough flat land for it to take off. And because it's such a small plane, you don't really need a lot of distance. You just need to make sure that you have at least, enough speed and enough lift to be able to get above tree lines and mountains and stuff like that. Maintenance engineer, that would be interesting. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'd like to kind of get into that line of work, and honestly, considering that there is a shortage on that type of line of work, and it is kind of an interest of mine, I mean, I don't know, I could kind of see myself maybe trying to get into it a little bit, starting off as a maintenance engineer, and then, kind of squeezing my way in from there. Because it's not uncommon for, some people who are, maintenance engineers to kind of get into, the more smaller level, flying and stuff, when it comes to, having, their own little, like I said, a Piper or Cessna or something like that. So, I mean, it's not it's not really that uncommon, but, I mean, it is rare, though, just because, again, it is expensive, really mostly just because of the fuel. Obviously, aircraft maintenance is expensive in itself, but as long as that you are just taking care of it, like any piece of equipment, I mean, you're for the most part, you're going to be okay. I mean, basically just making sure that, your engine's all tuned up, and, if it's hydraulics, make sure that's, up to date and stuff, when it comes to, keeping it, with the hydraulic fuels, make sure that's, filled up. Make sure your oil's good, etc., etc. don't be rough with it, you know, like flying around like you're a lunatic or something. Like, all right, let's do some crazy stalls, you know, and all that shit, because that puts stress on the plane. So it's just like, you know, as long as you take care of your equipment like anything, like any other piece of equipment, you know, it's gonna be okay. You know, hopefully at that point, you know, you shouldn't have to worry too much about maintenance or parts. You don't start. It takes much higher stakes version of my job. FAA doesn't fuck around with that kind of stuff. Absolutely, yeah. I know there's a lot of money that goes into it and all that shit. But I mean, when it comes off, like, obviously you don't start off. But I mean, in that sense, it's just like, you know, I can use that as a way to help, you know, learn the out or learn the ways to get in, you know, to a line of work at least a little bit more easier, and be able to have at least more of an, you know, I mean, not like a in as in I know somebody, but at least an in and being able to, like, all right, I have at least more information because I'm more directly, you know, like, have this stuff a lot more directly available, you know, at my disposal. Which, as right now, I don't. But yeah, especially when it comes to, like, maintenance on aircraft, yeah, that shit is seriously, like, probably, like, the biggest, you know, thing, you know, when it comes to aircraft and shit. Outside of pilots. You know, like, those are, like, the two big things. Because if you have, like, one pilot or, you know, or, like, you know, like, you know, pilots who are not necessarily professional and shit, apply for jobs at airport, yeah. I mean, you know, honestly, like, I've been kind of honestly kind of keep my, like, kind of a back burner idea, but it's definitely something I've been thinking about a little bit more recently, because I honestly, oh wait, they probably drug test. They probably would, to be frank. I mean, I don't know. I'll keep my eye open with it and stuff. Whoa! Oh, he just gave me a bag of weed.
Courtesy of Zane.
Hey! Well, cheers, eh? A bag of weed, everything's better with a bag of weed. It's just a surprise bag of weed, alright. So, magical weed baggie. I know, dude.
So next time you see Zane, change the bags.
Yeah. Shit, I'll just hook him up with fucking free food next time.
What?
Oh, baby. Oh, he's a good boy. He's a good boy. What? You look guilty. You're not guilty of anything.
Oh no, he is. He knows he is. It's in my room, isn't it? Yep.
Oh my god. What'd you do? Oh no. I think I might miss something. Well, I know Harley and Rip were here earlier today, so I don't think it would be that. I didn't see any of that. Shattenhand again. Well, he was outside with y'all, so I imagine he would have done his business with while he was outside with you guys. What'd you do, Zukov? Hey, what'd you do? Yeah, what'd you do? This part would be giving very concerning news and calm in a calm tone. Now, passengers, don't be alarmed, but we've been informed that a maintenance crew forgot to fix the fuel leak. I suspect we'll be crashing in roughly 10 minutes, so you might want to buckle up. Well, actually, I mean, in that case, I mean, if you run out of fuel, I mean, you still have the ability to glide the plane, so you would just have to try to find the nearest airfield or the nearest field. So, I mean, honestly, when it comes to something like that, I mean, it's like when you run out of fuel and the engine's cut off because of that, it doesn't immediately, like, fall. Like, I mean, you glide. What did he do?
He didn't do shit. He's actually good today.
See, I figured that, you know, he wasn't guilty. He just looks like that every time when he sees you, I think. Because, yeah. I saw some cool videos from Mentor pilot of gliding Hughes jets. Yeah, because they are possible.
What?
Gliding a jet, like a big one, like a commercial one. I mean, technically, they could also run on one engine. So, like, let's say, like, a 737, like, if one of the engines fails, it could still fly with one engine. I mean, it just, essentially will have a lot more, like, depending on which engine failed, engine 1 or 2. And, you know, obviously it's going to have, like, a lot of drift, so they will trim it out to compensate for it. But, I mean, beyond that, you know, I mean, it'll still fly. Like, one thing off and it's up in flames. Well, with landing, well, if you're out of fuel, I mean, aircraft fuel is flammable, like, very pretty flammable and shit. But, I mean, if you're out of fuel, you don't really got the fuel to have, like, a major fucking explosion. Like, I mean, it's still likely to probably blow up and explode, obviously, but nowhere near as much if there's no fuel, if you're out of fuel. So, I mean, if anything, you would also be very light because you don't have that weighing you down. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, yeah, you have to kind of be precise, but, I mean, you're not going to, like, get engulfed in flames and shit. Because if you got no fuel, like, there ain't going to be no fuel to burn. Outside of, you know, just the plane itself. Because obviously there's electronics and other shit, you know, in the aircraft, so that will probably explode and catch on fire. And sparks, you know, for metal clanking and clashing and scraping up against each other and all that shit. So it's obviously just going to be like, you know, fires and shit, but nowhere near as much because of the aircraft fuel not being there to really cause a major explosion. Especially if it's contained in a fuel tank. Which I kind of wonder, are aircraft, like a commercial jet, fuel tanks, like self-sealing fuel tanks? Because actually I feel like at least that'd be really good for, you know, potentially minimalizing, you know, like fires and stuff like that. Because that's what, like, fighter aircraft in the Navy used. So, surprised fuel does seem like the most deadly issue. It's not. The most deadly issue in that case, if you run out of fuel while you're in the air, is landing it. Don't worry, bastards. I played Microsoft Flight Simulator this morning. I didn't win, but I think I got the gist of it. Actually, funny enough, I'm actually really good at Microsoft Flight Sims. Or just Flight Sims in general. Like, I actually, you know, because, like I said, I actually really do kind of like flying stuff, you know, or just the idea of it and everything. So, you know, like, I do play those Flight Sims legit, like, in a quote-unquote, like, professional way, like a pilot would. Because a lot of missions, especially the expert missions on, like, Microsoft Flight Sim, like, they do go through the whole process. Like, you know, the checklists, you know, setting up your flight path, and blah, 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 blah. And doing everything, you know, basically by the books, you know, and all that shit. Because it's a simulator, and for a Flight Sim, especially for Microsoft Flight Sims, it goes all out. I still want to get Microsoft, the Flight Sim, the new one. The newest one that came out. I still want to get that, because that shit looks so goddamn photorealistic. It's awesome. I want to see my house. And pastors, I'm kind of hungover. Some of my drug dealer, Fat Map, is going to be the pilot in command this morning. You know what's fucked up? If the airlines successfully lobby the FAA to basically have, like, one pilot per aircraft or some shit, then, you know there's going to be some pilot who's just not going to give a fuck anymore that will probably have their cocaine dealer, you know, like, fucking, you know, hanging out with them in the co-pilot seat, looking like a pilot, or a flight steward, or stewardess, or whatever the fuck. Why do I really genuinely feel like that is something that would happen? You know what's dumb? It's like, I mean, there was honestly, like, a time, you know, for a while where there was, like, straight up, like, a lot of, like, aircraft accidents and crashes and shit like that. And the reason why, you know, when it comes to just, like, you know, flying and planes in general, when it comes to it as an industry broadly, you know, being so heavily restricted and regulated, is like because of a lot of those type of things. Meth. Okay, all the light. Wait, what would be the last and first drug you'd want your pilot to be on? Oh, dude, Jesus Christ. Fuck. The last drug, fentanyl. Or any opioid. Just any opioid. I mean, mainly strong ones, like heroin, fent, that, you know, the heavy shit, but, you know, just broadly, just opioids. The first, like, you know, I would hope, in a way, like, it's like, if they're on a drug, just hope it's, like, that one, like, probably just weed, honestly. Like, in a way, I'd want a pilot to kind of de-stress a little, be kind of chilled out by smoking, like, a quick little joint, like, 30 minutes before he goes into the cockpit, you know, to kind of get set up and shit, ready to go. Like, that, honestly, for me, would probably be the one drug I'd be okay with a pilot having. Not, like, excessively, but, you know, having, like, a little, you know, hit here and there, you know, before getting in there to kind of, you know, mellow themselves out for the flight and shit, you know, because it's stressful, you know, going through the checklist, you know, make sure everything's good, and, like, it, you know, like, I can kind of get it in that way. I still want them to do it anyway, but I can at least see that. The fuck is, lol, run. Okay, okay, I like that. We'll take a shortcut between these helicopters. Knock them out of the air, they'll explode. Jesus Christ! There are people that still do the truck balls, or the truck nut. Oh my god. Well, I will say those are different because those are like those little boom, 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 those ones. All I could afford. Hey, I get it. Okay, that one's actually kind of clever. I like that one.
See if I can find the other one.
Was that a hiccup? Do you have the hiccups now, little pup? The fuck is that? The fuck? Is that
a Prius?
Optimus Prius?
Yeah.
Oh, I see it now. Oh my god. The most impressive one was ever was the crew who managed to fly and land fully loaded plane with the reverse ailerons. Reverse ailerons? Oh, I think I know which story you're talking about. I know there's honestly like very specific flight numbers that I know of that, you know, are like of like, you know, some pretty specific incidents. There was actually an Alaska Airlines flight where it was actually due to improper maintenance. And so this was like on the maintenance workers' part. And actually, if anything, the pilots were some of the most professional, like experienced motherfuckers who, you know, be pilots, frankly, because basically their elevators essentially got jammed, and it was because of a loose nut and basically a loose bolt, and it caused it to basically be forced down. So they basically had to force the plane upside down and try to fly it or land it or something, and basically, you know, had to, you know, like, you know, just basically, you know, like kind of fly upside down like this. And there's a lot of audio, like ATC and pilot recording audio of them for quite a while being able to figure it out, you know, and kind of keep it level. But it then eventually, it started going back down again, and the elevators kind of got fucked and started going the other way. And, you know, basically ended up just being kind of flopping loose. And no matter how much they tried to like reconfigure it and try to get back level, they couldn't, and eventually crashed into the sea. And they had a pilot from another airline, I think like a Delta airline or some shit, or a Southwest one maybe, that happened to be, you know, observing and was looking over and happened to see it a little bit. and like one of the coasts like, oh, he just splashed into the water. And after that, there was no more recording, obviously, from, you know, the pilot side, you know, from the Alaskan flight. And at least in that case, as you can imagine, no one fucking survived. But the main screw fucked up, connected the aileron cables backwards. See, at least in that case, like, once you kind of figure that out, and you're like, oh shit, whoa, what the fuck? Okay, what was that? Wait, okay, hold on, alright. What was it like? And you kind of at least can be able to figure it out and be like, okay, shit's inversed. Which honestly, that would be pretty, like, I mean, in a way, it would have to be an adjustment where it's like, don't go off your impulses. The rest of the controls were connected correctly. So yeah, dude, I imagine like trying to control your impulse to like, oh, I need to bank right and go up, and then just go up and try to bank right, but then you know, but it's like, oh wait, going left, fuck, oh shit, you know, and then they kind of start freaking out, dude. Imagine the passengers sort of like, well, like they're probably like, like they're like probably all getting wobbling around in there, like having their own little weird personal turbulence. But that's why, honestly, like, even, you know, because honestly, a lot of errors and a lot of like shit that happens on aircraft, like that, for example, for the most part, are, you know, avoidable when it comes to like deaths and incidents and shit. In fact, a lot of them, for the most part, tend to have, you know, no one hurt, or, you know, tend to, you know, be resolved just fine once they inspect the aircraft and realize what the fuck is going on when they land it. You know, so the G-Force plane was declared totaled from the damage afterwards. Damn, dude, really? Jesus. Only minor injuries. They somehow managed to land it 2 hours later after somewhat figuring out the controls. Well, yeah, once they were able to figure it out and get to the bottom of it, like, then, yeah, it's not really as bad of a situation at that point. But still, it's, you know, it adds for a lot of issues. TJ Slave? Oh, is he? Oh, shit, yeah, there was a notification that happened. Yeah, I have a notification for it. Yeah, here.
I said the TJ.
God damn it, he said the TJ. The TJ. The TJ. What you doing, TJ?
Not I.
Said McFly.
Your new AI video is really good. Yeah, I listened to that a few times myself. I was pretty pleased with how it turned out. I liked the
Yes, this vid.
style.
Here. Yeah.
Picture the crazy.
Runaway aircraft. This aircraft flew 2 hours without controls. Well, damn, this is a long video. It's a roller coaster from hell.
They don't get any warnings except for the ground proximity warning system and the bank angle warnings and everything else screaming at them. But there's nothing from what they can see on their instrumentation that explains to them why this is happening. They're going to have to try to figure that out by themselves.
Oh my God.
There are aircraft control recordings that are being saved from this flight. And once again, I'm going to link to Vasa Aviation's great video on this in the description of the video. But it's really heart-wrenching to hear, because the first few few calls that you can hear from them. The crew is just asking to please get radar vectors out towards the sea so that they can ditch the aircraft and try to increase their own chances of survival, but most of all to try to avoid third-party casualties on the ground. And every time air traffic control give them a vector, you can see on the radar screen how the aircraft is turning the completely wrong way. It's not doing at all what they wanted to do. This situation, where the aircraft went through these cycles of extreme climbs and descents and rolls and G-loadings, continued for more than 1 hour.
Ooh.
I get sick just by looking at the graph of what these...
Oh my god, dude. Holy fuck. Jesus. I mean, that it's okay. Yeah, this, I mean, like, thank goodness. Like, oh, you want to know why the plane didn't break apart when this shit happened? There is actually a legit reason for this, because they do stress tests on their aircraft before they, completely, finish and finalize the aircraft and shit. And part of that is making sure, like, the actual hull of the aircraft has a lot of stress integrity. And funny enough, like, a lot of aircrafts, like their wings and shit, can actually handle about like 10 times more than the maximum turbulence as possible on the planet. Like, and there's a reason for that, because sometimes shit like this happens, and obviously the forces of that's going to be more than the maximum turbulence on the planet and stuff. So you're going to want it to be able to handle those type of stresses. Obviously, that means that, it might mean that specific aircraft isn't going to be entirely flyable anymore, because it's got such a risk because of how, stressed it got. I mean, so you'd basically have to just replace the entire, like, hull of the aircraft, and at that point, just get a new one. But, like, damn.
How the feeling would have been in the cockpit as this was happening. But one thing that I really want to emphasize here, and that really impressed me, was that these guys never stopped troubleshooting. Okay, they never gave up. They continued to try to figure out how to, A, control the aircraft, aviate, right? Get the aircraft under control, because in between these extremes, they actually managed to level the aircraft off, which meant that they could kind of, by trial and error, figure out what to do to keep the aircraft more or less level. And not only that, they were also working and communicating really well between each other. Because remember how I said that the third pilot, the guy that was sitting on the jump seat, was...
Yep, the second officer, or first officer number 2. Yeah. This is why it is so fucking important to have, frankly, not at minimal 2, but really 3 pilots in an aircraft at all times. Or at least, a captain and 2 officers. Because, like, this is why. It's because of shit like this.
To be really,
or let's say there's a health problem that one of the pilots has, or what, for any circumstance. Like, it's just like it's really just out of safety's sake, for any reason.
Throughout these extreme maneuvers, he keeps giving advice, technical advice, and shows really good technical knowledge of the aircraft to the captain. And he also works as a relay between the cockpit and the passenger sitting in the back, so to try to figure out why the aircraft is doing this. And after a little while, they start to realize that this seems to be the ailerons that are the problem. And they start this troubleshooting really early during the flight. Only about a minute after the first indication of the flight control problems, we can see from the flight data recorder that the crew switches from normal law to direct law. And what that means in the Embraer is that in normal mode, the input from the pilot goes through a flight control computer, a flight control module, and it feels the configuration of the aircraft, the speed of the aircraft, and it modulates the outputs to the actual flight control surfaces. But if you go to direct law, then the input from the flight controls is directly translated through the flight control surfaces. And the benefit here...
Basically, essentially, instead of like translating the direct hand controls of the joystick being used through a flight computer, it's basically doing it directly from it. It's like basically cutting out the computer middleman. It using the actual like mechanical controls essentially in the hydraulic system, to function the aircraft.
Being that in direct law, when the pilots put
the name direct law
aileron input in, there seems to have been a little bit of a dead band, where only the ailerons were activated, not the flight spoilers. And even though the ailerons were now moving the opposite way, it was still far, far better that only the ailerons were moving than having opposite activation of ailerons and flight spoilers, because with that,
God, looking at that just kind of freaked me out.
In direct law,
Imagine
the
passenger,
crew
dude.
eventually figured out
Jesus.
that if they do teeny tiny inputs on aileron, then yeah, if you turn right, the aircraft is going to kind of bank to the left, but at least it does that continuously. But if you put a little bit too much, all of a sudden you lose control of the aircraft. So they managed to figure this out after about an hour and 15 minutes. And when they figured this out, they were also intercepted by 2 F-16 fighters from the Portuguese.
Proceeds to show the goddamn fucking F-18. That's not an F-16. Oh my god. Okay, that's a gripe. That's a fucking gripe. 2 F-16 show up, shows the fucking F-18 Hornet. Like, are you fucking serious?
And that came with...
Dude, okay, is this guy, like, I get it, like, he's a pilot, but you would figure to at least make it a little accurate with that one. I mean, I get it, whatever, it's a fucking flight sim, but still, that kind of irked me a little bit.
All about what happened with that and how this terrifying flight concluded after this message from my new sponsor. I'm so happy.
Oh my god, there's a sponsor, are we serious? I thought that we would have already have skipped that, wow.
Under some sort of control. They've also realized that if they keep the flaps at 1, that gives about 7 degrees of trailing edge flaps and 15 degrees of slats. It actually gives them a little bit more maneuver margin. Now, it is a bit risky to have the flaps extended when you know that the aircraft is going to be subjected to these type of G-loadings, but it is obviously much more preferable to have the aircraft under control and potentially damage it than it is to lose control completely. They are now maneuvering and trying to follow air traffic control's radar vectors that are vectoring down towards the south, because down in the south in Portugal on this day, the weather was significantly better. Remember, they departed into some really poor weather, and that definitely didn't help them when they were trying to sort things out. Now, as they're getting into more clear weather, it's becoming much easier. But at the same time, the Portuguese air defense have sent out 2 F-16 fighters to try to intercept.
Are you sure they weren't F-8? Never mind.
Crew and help them to navigate. The problem though is that as these 2 F-16s are approaching the aircraft, they forget to turn off their TCAS, which means that the crew is now sitting there with full-on TCAS warnings as well. So you can hear on the air traffic control recording how they're telling them to please turn off the TCAS. From this point onwards, it's less about the crew wanting to ditch the aircraft and more about actually finding a suitable alternate to try to land the aircraft at. Initially, they're thinking about diverting towards Faro, which is down south in Portugal where the weather is better, but then air traffic control suggested them to go to an air defense base called Beja. And that's much closer, so the crew starts to descend with the help of the fighter jet down towards Beja. And they decide that they're going to try to fly a visual approach into runway 19 right, which is the main runway in Beja. Said and done, the captain now starts aiming towards the runway. You can see from the flight readouts how they're never really stabilized. They're constantly moving left to right on the center line.
Oh man.
And as they get closer, it becomes really apparent that he is not going to be able to stabilize the approach.
Oh shit.
So he's now going to have to go around with this flight control condition.
A go around,
After
damn.
that first go around, the first officer
up?
is so physically exhausted from the ordeal that they've just gone through that he just cannot continue. So the captain, who must be some kind of Superman, exchanges the first officer for the first officer that was sitting on the jump seat. So he now jumps in and they go in for a second visual approach. The same thing happens. They destabilize at the late part of the approach and they have to go around for a second time. On the third approach, the crew is still not able to get the aircraft in on the center line for runway 19 right. But this time, when the aircraft starts to drift towards the left, the captain just realizes that they have runway 19 left there, which is slightly narrower, but he thinks that he will be able to get the aircraft down on that runway.
Oh,
so he
shit.
points at it, and at time 15:27, almost 2 hours after their initial takeoff,
Got it.
the aircraft
Yeah.
lands safely on runway 19 left in Beja.
Nice.
As soon as the aircraft comes to a complete stop, the default message, flight control, no dispatch, comes up on their ACAS display. Through the use of skills, grit, and great communication,
Dude, like, was the captain of that plane like a Giga Chat or something? Because, damn, bro. goddamn. Like, see, that's like why professionalism and having like 3 pilots. See, also notice how the first officer like, I can't do this anymore, and that second guy had to go in. That's why, like I said, at the very minimal, there needs to at least be 2, but at least 3 people on an aircraft, you know, is recommended. And at least for an aircraft like that, a 737, from the looks of it, you know, at least, you know, for what was being flown that day, I mean, it's usually at least 2, you know, because it's a small cockpit. Like, you can't really exactly get, like, you know, a third person in there unless you're in that jump seat. But, I mean, honestly, I mean, sometimes it's, you know, a good idea to have that. Maybe, like, at least, like, every other flight has, like, a third person, you know, as, like, a, you know, potential, you know, collateral also liability, but, you know, if something happens, like, to either to the captain or to the first officer, or, you know, whether it's due to exhaustion, you know, due to a health issue or some other things. It was a Embraer. Oh no, you're saying Embraer, but no, I know what you're talking about. It's an Embraer, and it's actually, yeah. And honestly, those planes are even smaller. And I've actually flown in those planes before, and they're actually really nice little aircraft. But yeah, they're kind of like a slightly smaller version of a 737. So honestly, like, I get them kind of confused. So it's probably an Embraer RBJ, like 170 or something like that. And yes, I know that because I'm a nerd. This is why, you know, like, I have a genuine interest in stuff, like, when it comes to, like, aircraft shit. It's why, you know, I think, you know, I could, you know, see about getting into a trade like that, because I generally am interested in it. Like, as much as, like, Harley's a nerd for cars and shit, I could tend to be kind of a nerd for planes. Or boomsticks, but mostly planes. Meanwhile, I'm like Big Billy go burr. Dude, it'd be pretty insane to fucking fly like an A380. Have you seen what those look like? An Airbus A380? Dude, these things are huge. Things are gargantuan. Because of double-decker cabin and 4 engines. Well, the Airbus A380 is basically that, but fucking fatter and bigger. In a Concorde, because it looks weird as hell. Concorde is actually pretty cool. But here, let me look up like a landing. There we go. Dude, look at the size of this thing. Thing is huge. This thing is way bigger than a 737 too. Oh, well, there's a 737 by comparison to Lufthansa. So that right there is a 737. Oh my god, you can see Airbus A380 behind it. Dude, just for comparison, you got an A380 Lufthansa and a 737 Lufthansa right there. But here, oh, there's the A380 taking off. Dude, look at that son of a bitch. Look at that big boy. Look at our fucking big boy right here. That is a big boy. Oh, dude, the size of that thing, dude. So huge. Oh, that ass, though. Exactly. Yeah, you thought the 737 was big. I mean, that Airbus A380, dude, it is a big boy. Or big girl, depending on how you look at it, I guess. But yeah, I mean, it's a huge aircraft. I mean, honestly, it's not like, unless I'm like, you know, flying some Lufthansa or some shit, like a very long ass charter flight or something like that. Like, there ain't no way in hell I'd ever fly one of those, because like, not because I don't want to, but because like, it's usually like a lot of who you know, usually owns the fleets of those things are either Qantas, Lufthansa, like usually pretty big airlines, but also like the United, like the Emirates Airlines, and you know, the Saudi Airlines and shit like that. Like a lot of those, you know, a lot of them also have that type of shit too, where they got those A380s like bouged out galore. Like some of the most expensive like flights, especially when it comes to like luxury flights, are like the Emirates Airlines like A380 flights and shit, because like the luxury like first class like type of seating in that shit is insane. Like there's a few YouTube videos that people have done, you know, having a flight, you know, in one of those seats, and it's like your own little personal room basically. It's just like, damn. More nerdy on trains, but I don't even know models for those very well. Yeah, nerdy for, like, see, I'm nerdy about planes, but I don't know, like, every tiny little specific about, like, the engines and stuff and all that type of shit, like, all the more, like, technical, like, guts of it, all of it. But I know a lot of, like, you know, some of the general know-how about how they work, you know, how, you know, the science behind, you know, aircraft, and a lot of different, you know, models of planes and stuff like that. Hence why, you know, you're, like, the 737, but I'm, like, have you seen the A380? And I had to whip it up because, you know, I know it. No, and also there's the Beluga. Dude, have you ever seen the Beluga? I think it's an Airbus, I'm pretty sure. Here, let me see. Yeah, it is. The Beluga, yeah. Dude, this thing is insane. This thing's huge. Look at this ass. Look at that ass. Boom. It's a twin engine, but those are some powerful ass engines. But basically the whole idea of this thing is it's a big ass cargo aircraft. So like it's meant to be a cargo plane basically. Oh, here we can see that big boy open. Look at that. This is a time lapse too. This thing takes forever to open. But dude, look at that shit, dude. Fancy. That's pretty crazy, dude. I mean, that, like... Dude, this thing is so cool. Dude, the Beluga is so dope. I mean, it's such a weird-ass, funky-looking thing. And you'd think, how in the fuck does that fly? Like how do you fly that? Like, with it being such a gargantuous, like, big boy, the way it is. But, I mean, that's what I love about it. It's just, like, it's such a thick thing of an aircraft, but, you know, I mean, that's why it just impressed me. It's, like, the science behind it, you know, like, the physics of how these things work, and being able to kind of like, you know, push the boundaries of that type of shit, at least when it comes to aviation in that sense. I mean, obviously we do that way more so with things like rocketry and other shit like that, but I mean, you know, there's a lot of things, you know, I guess in a sense, despite, you know, I guess being kind of at our limit outside of like how to make it more like eco-efficient and things like that, outside of that type of stuff, you know, like, or at least making it more efficient, you know, when it comes to like fuel consumption and shit like that. Outside of those type of things, I mean, you know, it's not really much you could do with aviation at this point, you know, when it comes to expanding it. But I mean, there's still things every now and then that impress me, like the what's it called, the Stratolauncher. Like that thing, when it recently was you know, took its first flight and stuff, it was like, damn. Oh, here, let me show that. The Stratolaunch? Yeah, dude, look, oh my god, look at this thing. Hold up, let me whip it up. Look at this fucking crazy son of a bitch. Look at this thing. Look at that. Look at that thing.
Stratolaunch is designed to act as a flying launch pad for satellites. It aims to make access to orbit more affordable and accessible by launching satellites into space from the aircraft, rather than from the ground using rockets. The idea is to fly the plane up to 32,000 feet high. Once at cruising altitude, the rocket's engines would ignite, carrying it and its satellite cargo the rest of the way into space, and then releasing the satellite into orbit. The benefit of this system is only a select few facilities like the Kennedy Space Center in Florida can handle rocket launches, which means tight competition for scheduling and long wait times. But airplanes can take off from almost any runway, which gives greater flexibility and eventually will allow...
Well, a Stratolaunch wouldn't be able to just take off from any runway, but yeah. I mean, it's the idea, and this thing is already taking its, venture flights and shit and everything.
$100 million asking price? The buyer will not just get the plane, but they will also be getting...
I don't care about that.
For $1. Like the Spruce Goose, which was the one...
Oh my god, okay, it's just going for this. I thought I was going to show the landing, but it shows it right here. There we go.
Enough of time and money. Anyway, that's the end of this video.
I mean, that Stratolaunch looks pretty dope. And dude, that Spruce Goose too? Dude, I love how that's actually like at the Evergreen Space Museum here in Oregon. The Spruce Goose right here, you can find this bad boy in just outside of McMinnville in Oregon at the Evergreen Air and Space Museum. Yeah, what the hell is going on there? And this must have either been like a time where they had some different stuff in here, but I recognize some of the old wooden aircraft that they have way over there. I recognize those engines in the front. This red plane I've seen before, but not right there, so they must have moved it around. And this aircraft right here in the corner is different. So they, it looks like they changed things around from the looks of it, but it's a big chungus of aircraft. Changed my mind. It is indeed a big chungus of aircraft. Have you ever been? Oh shit! There's an F4. Is that? No, that's not an F4 Phantom, but there's a Vietnam era aircraft right in the front behind these engines. If you look, there's the tail and the cockpit doors or the windows, are open. But oh man, I wish it wasn't covered up. There's also a water park at this Air and Space Museum now, which I haven't gone there yet, but they have a couple. I think they have like 2 or 3 water slides that like you can go through that go out from a 747, which I think that is so cool. So I really want to go to that water park one of these days, honestly. And then after that, go check out the museum and shit like that. Dude, that museum is honestly really dope. They got like an airfield right across the street, so every now and then they do air shows because some of the aircraft that they have are actually flyable. I think they have a Messerschmitt 109 that's flyable. I think they got a Spitfire that's flyable. I know they got a couple jets that are as well, and they got at least like 5 or 6 that are actually in flying condition. But outside of that, most of them are just primarily display pieces. And I think that, from last time I was there, they were trying to restore a couple. Like, I remember they at least had one that they had to postpone, like, that was, like, kind of incomplete. But I remember reading the sign about the plane. I think it was a World War II aircraft, but it was, we're attempting to make it fly-worthy, but, we had to postpone because, finding parts for this thing obviously is... especially for old aircraft like a World War II plane or something like that, you can imagine it's hard to come by. So, like if you don't got parts, you can't really find them, got to postpone it, and hopefully you could find them and hopefully make it fly worthy again. Like, I think technically the Spruce Goose could, if they wanted to, could make it in flying condition and stuff, but there's literally nowhere anywhere where it could, honestly. Because I'm pretty sure the actual engines inside or the actual engines of the Spruce Goose are still on them. And still are, in its working order and shit. So it's just like, I mean, they just aren't using them, obviously, because it's a display piece. And obviously, they have it set up so you can go inside and get little, like, tourists, little pics and stuff like that. I actually have a picture of me being in there and stuff. Being in the cockpit of the Spruce Goose is actually pretty cool. And just being in the interior, because it really gives you an idea about how big, but at the same time, kind of how small the plane is from the inside, despite how big it is on the outside. Because, I mean, everything is just so compact, you know, and everything. It's just like, it's kind of cool. I mean, that's what I love about it. It's like, I mean, with aircraft, I mean, it's like we're, you know, it's like so compact, but yet, in a way, it can be so big and massive. But at least when it comes to the big chungus of aircraft, honestly, I feel like the Airbus Beluga, just on the virtue that it's just got that big ass dome, or that like that big ass thickness, you know, going on top of it. Actually, would it? I guess, you know, to confirm that, would it be bigger than the Spruce Goose, or in dimensions, or is the Spruce Goose bigger than the Beluga in dimensions? Fucking hiccups, can we go away? Because if the Spruce Goose is wider and taller, then it's the big chungus. Well, actually, it would have to be the A380. Because I'm pretty sure that would be bigger. Well, no. Because Spruce Goose is meant to be a transport and a cargo aircraft, and not a passenger plane. I think they had concepts to design it like one, but that never went through. Like, there was more success and leeway with making it more of like a military transport and cargo plane, especially for the Pacific. But yeah, at least, yeah, I think Spruce Goose is probably bigger than the Beluga. Just thinking about it off the top of my head, just trying to imagine both of them together. I mean, Beluga has 2 engines. Spruce Goose got 8 or 6. Was it 6? What? What? Let me see. Nope, it's 8. 4 on each wing. So, chungus on that. Definitely got the wingspan for sure. So, chungus there. Yeah, Spruce Goose is a big chungus. Yep. There's only a few aircraft that, you know, that will beat it in some metrics. Like the Stratolaunch has got a way thicker wingspan than the Spruce Goose. Chungus with the wingspan. When it comes to like thickness and size, it's kind of cheating a little bit. It's like too thin, you know. It's like basically 2 separate planes combined into one. So it's kind of cheap. Spruce Goose got the big chungus on that one. Length, I think Stratolaunch is a little longer, especially considering of what it needs and what it's designed for. So it's got it on that, but it's missing the thick. So, you know, Spruce Goose, big chungus there. If we had to compare it to the Stratolaunch, so, you know, yeah. Even, yeah, I'm trying to think of like all the like big girthy, like thick ass like planes, and there's not really many, but yeah, I think Spruce Goose ranks. I think there might be one that, oh, it's I think it's the it's like, I think it's Boeing actually. I think they have like that military transport plane. It's like a big ass one. It's 4-inch. Like the C-7 Galaxy, I think. Oh, even now, well, that one might be comparable. That might be debatable because it's got some thick, and it's got 4 engines, not 8, so not so much there. Wingspan, not as much, to be fair, but it's got the thick, it's got the length, so it qualifies in other areas though. So I don't know. Will these hiccups go away? Fuck! I've been hoping they would just go away on their own. But no, I guess not. Yeah, can I help you? They want a beer? Well, if anything, my hiccups were caused by the beer. Just gonna hold my breath. Figure it out here. Honestly, it's like the only way I could stop it.
Oh.
This needs to happen. I need to be silent for this to work. I think I might have got rid of him. See, if I try doing that and saying something, it doesn't work, but I think being silent for that long was able to reset some shit. Because I that, like, I don't mind hiccups when they go there for a second, because, like, I get it, they happen, it's a bodily function, but, like, when they go on and on and on and on and on and on and on like that, it actually starts driving me fucking insane. Like, it starts getting annoying. TJ still streaming? I guess we didn't go away from him that much. What was he talking about now?
I guess his career. I'm still on his childhood. I haven't gotten super far in it, but what happened to the full Onion Nuggets? I only see small clips. Full episodes of Onion Nuggets are archived for patrons, so you can become a patron and see them there.
I mean, not.
Or
I guess technically, sure, but anyone who has the link to the public Onion Nuggets viewing are going to fucking like be able to watch it.
I think I could probably listen to more audiobooks if I got a reliable or something. I keep trying to find. I bought some Bluetooth earbuds, but they came with multiple sizes of earbud, but like one just fell out, and the other one was just too big. So I don't know.
Here, use this time to let's see what's happening with the tube. I'm not seeing y'all.
Is most of your work time spent for DFF? Depends on the day.
Keffels makes an obvious joke,
You know,
and Twitter goes
right
insane.
now,
Oh
I'm
my
doing
god.
most of the editing as well for stuff.
Are people freaking out over Keffels again?
Is helping me a lot too. I shouldn't. I've been doing, but
I really like Keffels because of how
I've been doing a
based
lot
she
more
is when it comes to like getting everybody in an uproar. It's awesome.
There's some video makers that just editing, and they feel like, oh, that's my favorite part. I just love the editing process so much. And I'm just like, what is wrong with you?
Who loves editing anything? Or what insane psycho is like, I'd love editing.
But I hate it.
The worst part about doing anything.
I don't know.
It's like, I'd rather just be able to just do something just like with flawlessness and just be able to not have to edit something. Like, I mean, honestly, I love editing. Because in a weird way, I am actually legitimately a perfectionist in a lot of things, especially when it comes to like creativity. And like the fact that I would have to like go back and try to like rework something and try to see if I can get it as much as I'm trying to get it in my head, you know, like re-emulate it. Sometimes it gets annoying because it's like I'll try to do it over and over again, and sometimes trying to do that in the process, especially when it comes to editing, I actually end up fucking it up more at certain points. So it's like I have to step away from it. I feel like that's just more of a flaw of me trying to be a perfectionist and not just accepting something for, you know, for how it ends up being. So, I don't know, I mean, I guess it just kind of depends. At least in music, obviously, it must need to have some form of editing, at least when it comes to certain things, but not everything.
We should probably be focusing on what's in views. You know, that's not. We shouldn't be focusing on what's not getting views. So that's what we do.
Anyway, you can go forth away, TJ. I want to see what. I want to see this weird little thing about. I've been noticing that she's been having a little like interaction with Keemstar or some shit, because apparently he did a based thing or something, I think, or something like that. Like I don't know. I haven't really been that much in the loop, but maybe this will get me in the loop.
Keppels is currently trending with 27,500 tweets. What could possibly have happened? Okay, so to get some attention recently, Keemstar tweeted that he likes trans people or whatever. Where was that?
Okay, so that all right. So I was right with my assumption he was doing a based. Which I don't know how genuine he is with that, to be honest. But, I mean, I don't know. If he actually is sincere about it, then, yeah, base. Cool. Good on him.
People think she platformed Keemstar? Okay.
How did... What?
And then Keppels talked to Keemstar, and obviously Keemstar's just clout sharking. And Keppels is trying to keep clout shark off of Keemstar as well. Keppels brought Keemstar on stream, calling him a pedo and a racist, said he killed Etika, and that was it. She didn't give him any charitability and handled it well, IMO. Okay, the thing that I saw that is, like, insane to me is Keppel said, guys, I talked to Keemstar on stream, and I'm starting to think he's not actually a trans ally. Now, full content warning, or wait, what? Point of privilege. I'm not completely retarded. I can chew my own food. I put my own clothes on in the morning. I can sort of, like, breathe while chewing gum, kind of. Actually, can you? Well, you have to close your mouth sometimes when you chew. I can do some things while breathing. And because of this privilege of mine, I can tell that Keppels is being glib here. Do you get it? See, it's kind of a joke. It's like, it's humor. See, the way it's phrased makes it clear that what she's saying is obvious. You know, like one might say, guys, I watched Donald Trump's LGBT rally, and I'm starting to think he's not actually a trans ally. But somehow, the replies here are literally full of people who are angry at her. Keppels when the transphobic guy is transphobic. Because they think that she's being serious when she says that.
Huh?
Literally, 27.5 thousand.
Because the idea of honestly Keemstar being sincere, being a trans ally is kind of hilarious when he's just like a right-wing dumb shit. I wouldn't necessarily say like a far-right one, he's just you know, like doesn't really give a shit, just kind of like conservative, you know, because he, you know, just kind of emotionally, you know, just jumps towards those type of opinions. He doesn't really give a fuck. I mean, you know, that's basically, you know, kind of the gist, you know, I get out of the guy. And, you know, so obviously, the idea that Kevin's like, what, didn't know that he was not sincere is kind of funny. I mean, it's just like, of course she did. That's why she made a tweet, because, like, it's meant to be a joke, because she's, like, for, like, funny reasons, it's cloud sharking, but there's a reason for it, because it's basically all the end day just fucking on Keemstar because he's an idiot. So,
Tweets
whatever.
On the trending, there are a bunch of people here. Keppels to the trans community. I invited another friend. I hope that's okay, huh? See, the joke is that Keppels invited Keemstar into the left, apparently. I guess, somehow.
Huh?
Somehow, I guess. Keppels believing for a second Keemstar was a legit trans ally is like losing to a horse in chess. 15,000 likes. Guys,
dude, what the fuck? Are people that stupid? Are people that dumb? Do people really take the internet that serious? Oh my god. People are honestly seriously stupid. Like, I kind of remember some, you know, like, tangentially seeing some of this, because, like, Keppels made, like, short little YouTube videos, you know, kind of, like, talking about it, and I was just like, oh, so I guess there's Keemstar did a thing or something. Okay, so I wasn't really, like, totally in tune to it, but because somehow, like, Keemstar decided Cloud Shark and double down with it, and it's, like, in a way trying to fuck with her, but she's actually fucking with him, is, I mean, I find that funny, but how in the fuck does no one get that? How are people all trying to, like, explode on her and being like, oh my god, what, you just now realize this? It's like, what, you tried to platform me, what, you see he's living there? It's like, are you dumb? It's like, what the fuck? How do you get that? Like, I mean, Kevin's just, like, kind of, you know, like, someone who's known for doing a little bit of trolling and, you know, doing, you know, like, comedic stuff here and there and stuff. I mean, and honestly, she's funny. So, it's just, like, I mean, like, oh my god, people are really exceptionally stupid. Like, wow. This is very significantly has dropped my faith in humanity. Like, honestly, like, so I guess that's what that's what the gist is going. It's basically like, oops, like everyone's going insane. Like over that, like, just good lord, people are just sad. YJ, who is YJ? I know you mean TJ, but is offering a sneak peek of his book. Oh, really? Okay. Oops. Yeah, okay.
Superior to humanoid ones, but human artists didn't take their obsolescence well and were notoriously loud and cruel towards any public.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna go back actually. Yeah, okay. I guess it was here. Yeah, we'll just listen from here.
Read you like a paragraph here.
Yeah, I want to hear a little bit of his book, Six Bots Uprising.
Hiring a humanoid graphic artist was just a PR move anyway. Everyone knew that AI artists were far superior to humanoid ones, but human artists didn't take their obsolescence well and were notoriously loud and cruel towards any public figure who utilized artificial artists. They loved making a big stink about how true art can only be made by organic life forms. Prescient.
Damn.
But now old hat. Only took 2 years for that paragraph to go from like, wow, I'm a visionary, to wow, I'm so behind the curve. So, whatever.
True though, because now that's like an actual discussion going on right now, especially with AI art. But funny. I like it though. It's a very philosophical paragraph that he just bestowed upon us right there. I like what he might be making. I definitely wish to purchase this book. I wish I could be like,
seems hard. I've only written.
I wish I could like be like his mod Krista, like, and be able to fucking read that shit. But obviously, I don't have the same like ability to be consistent on like proofreading and all that shit like she is. And it's like, god damn it.
And then.
Because I would legit love, to read that type of stuff and, like, kind of, go back and forth, as, like, like, hey, maybe this idea could potentially be pretty cool. And, I feel like, if you worded, this whole thing in this certain way and shit. Because I've always been known, at least I've always been told that I have, like, kind of a natural talent when it comes to writing. And when it comes to, like, like in any form. So I feel like, in a way there could be, some nice, fun, interesting, productive back and forths, when it comes to, like, doing like beta reading or whatever. I think that's what it's called, like beta reading or like pre-alpha reading or whatever the fuck it's called.
Can someone explain to me why I'm wrong for thinking personal art holds more value than AI art? Because value is subjective.
Yeah.
You're not wrong, but you're not right either. You're just, it's just an opinion.
At least in my opinion, I feel like AI art can be something that actual organic artists like me could embrace and actually have symbiotic, to the art that they do produce.
You predicted in your Skynet.
Because, like, as someone like me as a musician or, like, someone, like, who likes to, write lyrics and, I haven't really done it in a while, but, like, has written short stories and stuff like that, or at least has, kind of constructed at least concepts of, like, like, for story writing and stuff. And I actually do have one that I want to get back into, getting into and expanding on, because I've always off and on have thought about it, and all that type of shit. But I feel like, with AI art, it can help, especially when it comes to, like, creating imagery, maybe even like, hey, I want to see this be made into a movie or some shit like that, like, or maybe make a movie based off of like an album that I make or something. I mean, and see how like this concept album of like making up this crazy, like for Glory Hammer, for example, like they have like every album they've made is a concept album based off of this character who's the vocalist Angus McFife, and the Kingdom of Dundee and all this other bullshit and blah blah blah. Like there's a whole like universe and a lore behind the music that they make, and it's like in a way, like, what if AI art was able to take, the concepts of and the lyrics and, and take, some of the imagery from their music videos and their album covers, et cetera, and make a movie out of shit like that. So in a way, it's like a lot of art that people have made, and for me at least, I could see how AI art could, in fact, expand, what people have made and put it into different mediums that no one has probably thought of before. Well, probably has, but has never been able to truly actually execute that idea because of whatever type of limitations, whether financial or, technical or whatever the fuck, or at least having enough people to make a thing like that, So it's like, I mean, like in a way, AI can kind of, in a sense, kind of cut the middleman when it comes to creating things like that, So for me, I can kind of see a symbiosis when it comes to organic art, I guess, when it comes to people making art like, like you or me, versus, AI art and stuff. Like, I could see a symbiosis between those things. It's like, because if someone's making a movie, but then maybe they want to have, like, music, but they really don't want, like, the stereotypical, like, Hollywood orchestra type of shit, and all that type of stuff. Like, maybe they can just use the AI and be like, hey, make some music prompts that would fit, with these scenes, and and go from there. Sometimes if it doesn't necessarily fit the first time, just do it a couple more times until maybe certain things fit. And if you like certain things from the entire prompt but not the rest of it, you can just cut and pick, choose to your liking, and even edit it a little bit from there. Let's say it's like, oh, I kind of like what the AI was able to create, but let me try to slightly edit the tones of the sound, and like let me slightly edit like the reverb and this and that a little bit to kind of make it a little bit more to what my personal liking would be, to make this more fitting, and shit like that. So for me, like, AI art can, in a sense, for me personally, be like something that can be symbiotic, when it comes to creating art. Because honestly, like, at least for me personally, like, AI art, to me, it seems like an opportunity. Because there's a lot of stuff and a lot of concepts and ideas I have in my head, frankly, that I think, can be, kind of put forth, at least in a way, with something like, AI based, art and shit. I mean, it would, I think, obviously, like I said, it could be trial and error, like you might not like, certain aspects of a prompt given to you in the first, but some certain things, and you could just take those and get rid of the rest and just keep going and see what works. But either way, like, I could see something like that working, because, I mean, the idea that, like, oh, AI art is not art and shit is just fucking stupid and bullshit to me. It's like, I mean, frankly, honestly, if there is something that is objective about art, is that art is art, no matter what makes it. So the idea that AI art is not art, that objectively is bullshit. Like, I will say that much. If there's any objectivity to the idea of art. Subjectively, you can, be like, it's bullshit, fuck that, I don't like it. I prefer human-based type of art. That's a subjective opinion, but if you're just like, that's just straight up not art, I just denounce it as art, it's just like, huh? Sounds like a little bit of bullshit at that point. Because it is art. You can't just denounce it as that's not art. It's like, objectively, it's art. You just like, fuck you. it's like, well, what are you talking about? I guess in a sense the same argument could be made when it comes to like people that try to like establish a hierarchy about what is quote good art and what just isn't art, because it's not even regarded in the formations of what properly makes the form of good art, whatever the fuck the weird jingo they want to put to objectify art in that sense. It's just like, if you wanted to be your little subjective feast that like the like some of the more classical era style of art is, the superior type of art, well, you do you, boo. That's your subjective opinion. But the idea that it is just like inherently like the objective standard, fuck off. Same thing with the AI versus human art and what is real with that. It's like, AI art, I mean, maybe it might not necessarily be, quote, just as real as human art in the sense that it was made from a living human, but that don't matter. It's still art at the end of the day. And shit, other animals have created art. Whether those animals really, can like quantify that and actually understand that in themselves. Like when it comes to like elephants, different primates, outside of us, and other different animals, like, there's other animals out there outside of us that can create art. And do they quantify that in the same way, or at least, can compound that in the same way and be aware of that like like us, as a species? No, obviously not. We, understand this far differently than other animals do. And honestly, do those animals even understand that idea of art? Or at least that type of concept, even if they obviously don't understand the words, behind that? Probably not. But nonetheless, I mean, they can still create it, because if, at the very minimal, we can recognize that. So, it's just ridiculous. I mean, at the end of the day, art is art. I mean, that much is subjective. Whether you like it or not, whether it's good or bad in your eyes, that's where all the subjectivity comes forth. And that's obviously fine. I should pause TJ and let's see. Oh, I paused TJ for a second to kind of go on my little rant. And I unpaused it and he ended the stream. What's a good slur for robots? A robber. Or Robbie. And I say robber because, like, that was the last question asked. Well, for me at least, I would say either robber or Robbie. But that's kind of like right off the top of my head. Because at least with robber, I would say, like, because, well, the whole term robber in itself already has, like, a negative connotation because you're stealing and you're holding somebody up and blah, 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 and all that shit. So it's just like, oh, look, we got a bunch of robbers over there, like a little bunch of weird AI mechanical robbers, blah, so, I mean, there's a little bit of, like, already a negative, terminology towards robber, so I feel like, for a robot or, like, a android or an AI, like, robber would be a pretty decent nickname. Ruster, yeah, Ruster would be good. What are them rusters doing around here, these weirdos son of bitches? Mechanical ass fucking sons of fucking piece of shit. Yeah. I don't know if you were hearing any of my little tangent, but because I was seeing you in the live chat though, but I was just like, I'm gonna, now that I finished my little rant, I'm like, let me play it back, and it's like, oh, he ended the stream. It's like, son of a bitch. But whatever. But like, but at least, for me, at least when it comes to like the whole AI / human art, it's art, who cares? But do you remember the Elvis sandwich I showed you? Yes, and it was amazing. It will forever look amazing. Oh, you stretchy little boy. Look at you. Oh, look at you. You stretchy. Oh, like so short. You little floppy paw little boy. Look at you. You just a real goofball. Goddamn, that was amazing. That was beautiful right there, tell you what. That was a fucking beautiful. I'm like goddamn proud of that one. That was from fucking soul right there. It's actually a variant of the full skull sandwich, which is, get this, 8,000 calories. Beautiful. I'm gonna get my other jackets on because it be cold as ice. Willing to sacrifice our love. Was kind of thinking when I was closing, because I was listening to some music earlier at work, I was kind of thinking, what other, like, songs I could find to clean out the set list that I've been kind of building up. Because I at least got, like, a dozen so far that I can do. And I actually want to kind of start writing it out, because I actually want to eventually do, like, a fun little, like, karaoke party stream. Where I have, like, the 12-pack or some shit with me, and then we just fucking, like, for every, like, I don't know, I'd say maybe, like, 4 or 5 songs, fucking, go through, like, if we have it, I'd say maybe, like, every 4. So if we end up, like, having the drinks, and then I get to, like, 5 songs, but I haven't drank the 4, then I have to fucking chug them if I want to do the next one. But if it's going to be a karaoke specific thing, then it would have to mainly be, like, set up on, at least, like, for a specific time, so the intermission isn't that long. So I couldn't, keep too much space. I mean, there might be at least, like, a little short intermission, at least, just to at least, get the voice a little break, but... So an entire loaf is say either French or sourdough toasted in margarine or butter, with an entire jar of PB&J and a pound of bacon. Oh, that sounds beautiful. Honestly, I kind of want to do that. I can make it at work. I mean, we get French breads for, like, big sub sandwiches that we make and shit all the time and stuff, so... Honestly, like, I can make one of those. And we got bacon that we, can make and stuff like... I'm like, dude, you know what? You might make me make one of these. And if I do, I'm not going to take it all by myself. I'm just going to share with, whoever I'm working with that day. You know what? I think I might just be doing that. I don't want to have it once in a while, but I wonder why Elvis didn't add jelly to his version. I don't know. Maybe he just didn't like jelly. Here, I'll be right back. I gotta sprinkle a leak real quick. Gotta release some little bit of jelly. Oh, gotta release that jelly and make it banana. I'll tell you what now. Oh. You stretch you little silly boy. Oh, you little tail wag. Oh my goodness. Wagging so much that you got your little boot shaking. Oh, there's a good boy. Oh. Oh, you stretchy. You're a ridiculous little stretch boy. It's just ridiculous. Whoa. Stay there, Bluetooth. Don't fall. It's Gorilla will not bother you if you don't bother him. Well, of course. Hey, what are you doing? What, you didn't think I was gonna do that? You little dork. Why did I put the chair right there, like, directly across from me? Because now we're gonna have a stare down. Yeah. How do you feel about that? Huh? Yeah, that's right. Look away. 24 hours in a mall for Gorilla or 5 black mambas.
Well, folks, it's about that time, and I got tagged in this one today, and it says, would you rather be trapped in a mall for 24 hours with a silverback gorilla or 5 black mambas? I don't care what anyone says, there is only one answer to this question. I am no animal expert, that's not my content, but I'm picking a silverback gorilla any day of the week. Like most animals, as long as you're not a threat or being a threat towards them or getting too close, you should be alright. In the mall, you can hear and see a gorilla everywhere it goes. And who said you gotta be exploring? You can stay in one store all day across the mall from him and then move when you hear him. But a gorilla can run 25 miles an hour, okay, but most of the time they're chilling. Then on top of that,
most of the time they chilling.
Like, if you're that scared, why can't you just pull this gate down? It's not like he's trying to bash it in. If you would rather take your chances with the fastest and second most deadliest snake on the planet, I can't say you have common sense. Not only is it faster than you, and their bite has a 100% death rate, then there's 5 of them. Losing track of one is a death sentence. And they can get into anything. Why would you even take the chance?
I mean, yeah. I honestly would definitely deal with a gorilla because it would be a lot more chill. I mean, if anything, if you offer it like some fruits or something from like the convenience store inside the mall or something, I mean, if anything, it would probably just be chill with you and trust you a little bit. Be like, alright, you're okay. You gave me food that one time, you're okay. So yeah. I mean, it seems like a slam dunk obvious answer. At least to me. Yeah. Remember when it's Gorilla Kill Cody? Yeah. And it was pretty hilarious. Because it's just like one of the many things that, as of, you know, unfortunately, it's just one of the many ways that he just has, unfortunately, has been murked. And, well, it's truly sad. But oh well, what can you do? Trying to see if some specifics. There isn't. Damn. He's like the Kenny of DFF. He is. I mean, might as well be. I mean, pretty much is. Yeah, man, it really isn't? Okay, well, that kind of sucks. Boo. Trying to think. Because at least for, like, the Celis I've been thinking about, starting to get hard. You know, to find, you know, some of the ones I want to, like, you know, potentially do here. And it's like, fuck. Oh, there is Shipwreck. Ooh. I was listening to that earlier. Now, it actually was one of the ideas of potentially adding to the set. Is there any other... Oh, is there just straight up a pure instrumental version of party pail? Because if there is, I might be able to at least get away with this one. Yes, it is. Oh my. Yes. All right, I could get away with that one. Yeah, but I'm not gonna do that one at least. I don't know the lyrics off the top of my head, and I don't want to have to like find those right now. Oh shit, there's Manowar's Warriors of the World. I wish there was an instrumental of Feuerschwann's version of that song, because that one's, at least for me, is a lot more epic. Which other ones that could probably be on here? Not really too much else. Are you a cat? You're acting like a cat licking that leg, bro. Like, what the hell? Good lord. So I just came across Skylar 2 days ago. Not always the best food opinions, but he has the ability to make even the most low tier food sound gourmet. The best of Taco Bell.
Top 3 Taco Bell items of all time. At number 3, we have the Crunch Wrap Supreme, a brilliant ballet of textures, flavors. You got creamies,
Damn.
you got crunchies, you got
Dude, his voice is buttery.
spices, you got cools. You can't really beat it. At number 2, we have the Doritos Locos Taco, a relatively new addition to the menu in the grand scheme of things. But you get the best chip in the world and you put it in a taco some way. The moisture that comes from my body when I eat one is astounding. And at number 1, we got the Nachos Bel Grande. It's something about those Taco Bell thin-ass tortilla chips that are just so crispy and delicate on the tongue. It's like little baby angels dancing on each taste bud, and there's something about their fake-ass meat just goes well with it. And the creamy cheese, it's like, mwah, chef kiss.
Chef kiss. I got the most buttery voice I think I have ever have seen and heard in my entire life. It's like, whoa. That is like a buttery voice if I've ever heard one. Bel Grande goes hard. It definitely does go hard. I like it. Let's see here. Feels really boring talking like that. I would not be surprised. Reminds me of a classic. Oh my damn.
Oh my goodness, oh my damn, oh my goodness, they're going ham. Oh my goodness, oh my damn, oh my goodness, they're going ham. This is how bacon is supposed to be. The violence, the glass all perfectly. The cheese up in here is going ham. Damn, damn, damn. I wish.
Oh damn.
The fry bites back, my man. Skinny crunch. The bacon. Get a grocery bag. The cheese is oozing. Let's do this. Damn, damn, damn. Do you know the difference between a meat burger and a burger that has strength? And a burger that has strength. A weak burger, you can chew and stop talking. A burger with strength, you chew. The meat just absorbs all the space. And all the air possible over your throat.
This slaps. This unconditionally slaps.
Nothing but
This really should not slap.
It's coming out. Word. Skimmer rinky dinky dink. Skimmer rinky dink. I love you. Oh my damn. This is how bacon is supposed to be. The fries, the glass all perfectly. The cheese up in here is back, my man. Damn, damn, damn. Oh, spinny crunch.
Even Zukov is getting into it. Dude, that was like actually like on key and on time. What the fuck?
Grocery bag. The cheese is oozing.
Damn,
Let's do this.
damn, damn, damn.
Watch the original and subscribe to Dave Drops. Here's our cover. Do your own.
All right. That was just a special moment of awesome that I don't even know how. He was auto-tuned, but only the best out there. Long live Shmo Yoho. I never really truly been able to understand how you pronounce that. Shmo Yoho, or Shmo Yoho. Like, you see, I'm just gonna be honest. I really don't. I've never been able to truly like figure out how you actually like pronounce it. But whatever. I think that its ambiguity, adds to it. I love how, like, Zukov, though, like, his little yawn was actually kind of in key. I mean, it was auto-tuned, but still. Tells you how at the end of some of his videos. Oh, well, you see, honestly, like, by the time I get to the outros, I usually don't stick around after that. What's the most funny out of nowhere thing you've witnessed or been a part of? Well, I mean, there was one earlier today. Earlier tonight. I kind of talked about it earlier on stream. But here, now you're making me think about some other stuff. With that homeless guy. I mean, the only reason why I was it was amusing mainly just because of, like, the just indictment of, like, the taxpayers, basically having their money wasted for the most stupidest shit of sending basically the entire department. The fact that it was over, like, there was a lot of just, it was just kind of, like, absurdist humor to me, and also out of nowhere because of, I mean, honestly, I felt like how harmless and cordial the dude was, so it's just like, I mean, it's like, for fuck's sake, I mean, it was just over the top. And also, I'm trying to, because honestly, the times I'm thinking of our work, but sometimes some of this shit blends together. I'm trying to think of, like, of an instance. I don't know where to think. Man, I mean, there's, because honestly, I've seen shit, or I've either been a part of or have witnessed, like, the most randomest or, like, out of nowhere shit, but none of it's usually funny. It's just usually just, like, kind of sad stuff. Fuck. Yeah, I don't know, honestly, frankly. I mean, I'm not, it would just have to, like, show up in my brain at some point. It will just have to, like, just be an instance that I just happen to, just know in my head, I guess. I don't know. The one thing that happened between me and my little brother, we were playing with a clear beach ball, hitting it around with our older brother's room. I'm sure you kind of see where this is going. Oh, I think I see where this is going. He was kind of like grooming himself and kind of like chewing on his little leg, and he was looking at me. And then I like did this, and I looked up for a second, and then he just went, and just stopped staring at me like, what? What a goofball. Fucking silly dog. Yeah, I had a cover over his light in the ceiling. We thought if we hit the ball at it, it would just bounce off. I double ball fisted it upward and ball shattered it. Oh my god! Damn. Oof. Wow. Damn. Wow. That's some absurd shit right there. Wow. I could just only imagine everyone's reaction to that. Just be like, like, oh fuck, oh no. Oh shit. Oddly enough, I don't recall us getting punched too badly for it when they found out. Wow. I guess in a way, consider yourself lucky with that one. Maybe you punch us, but that's it. Maybe punch a wow. As if that makes it somehow better. Hey. Yeah, what are you doing over there, you little goof? You know what? I'm gonna do this real quick. You're gonna get assaulted with a treat. You're gonna get assaulted. Okay, I didn't intend for that to happen. It bonked on his head, and then it fell on the ground. I was hoping it would actually land on his chest. Alright, hold on, baby. Let me grab it for you. Oh my god, you silly thing. Oh, you silly little thing. Look at you. You goofy little baby. Oh, look at you. You little silly thing. You're really warm. Warm me up. I'm cold. I'm really cold. Warm me up, little dog. Oh, who's a sweet baby? Yes, you is. Who's a sweet little baby? What a goofy old dog. Yeah, I still don't like whiskey. I'm giving it a fair chance and it isn't doing it for me. I'll give one of the whiskey drinks to Logan tomorrow. He'll like it. I should have brought some for you and Harley today, but I totally forgot. Yeah, if you brought a bottle for me or something, I would have definitely kept it. It definitely would have, been perfect, for tonight or something. Ugh. Let's see. Oh, yep, that did it right there. That felt good. Oh, that definitely felt good. It's in cans. It's pre-mixed whiskey cocktail. Oh, well, that's probably why it's not doing it for you. Even for me, that doesn't sound that great. Actually, whiskey and not poster shit like the Wind Coast cocktails. I mean, still, that's probably why it's, all kind of weird and wacky. That's a silly dog. Okay, the Bluetooth's on. There. Let's get a little background music going on here. Fuck it. I mean, it tastes like standard whiskey to me. I still don't like whiskey. Lol. Never have. See if we can get you into, like, honey whiskey or something. Have you tried honey whiskey? Oh shit, is this a Michael Jackson cover? I clicked this unintentionally knowing that this is. Oh, I'll turn this up for a sec. This is an interesting cover. Wait, is this what it is? The Rogue Whiskey Ginger? I mean, I don't know. I might like it. That actually doesn't look too bad. Get out of the way. Yeah. Depends on the Canadian whiskey Logan had me try years ago was honey whiskey. Well, at least I guess there is a whiskey that you might like. This is pretty epic. Rogue whiskey is my favorite I've had, but that doesn't say much. I still don't care for it. Let's see if I can find a whiskey that might, like. I've had this, this one called, Sheepdog's peanut butter whiskey, and it doesn't. Okay, this just fucking got even harder. Holy shit! Whoa, this song is awesome. But at least when it came to that, it was. It actually didn't really have a peanut butter flavor to it. It was a little nutty, but it was more like caramel, ish in flavor. It was actually really sweet, and didn't have a burn at all or anything. I don't know. I mean, if you mix that in with something like a Dr. Pepper or Coca-Cola or something like that, I mean, it would actually be pretty good. And I have, and it is good. It makes it so caramel-like and just very buttermilk almost. It's just so delicious. But okay, this song is just starting to get way too fucking epic. They don't really care about us. Dude, this is a fucking this cover. I wasn't 100% on it, initially, because it's like, oh fuck, it's a cover, and I was like, all right, but this is just getting too fucking epic. Oh shit, the hee-hees are coming in. Oh shit, those got in there. Oh damn, dude. Okay, this slaps unconditionally. So what were you just looking at, you weirdo? Okay, that cover was fucking amazing. I didn't expect that to be as epic as it was. Damn. Speaking of, what was this? Peanut butter bread?
Peanut butter bread from the Great Depression. Now, the Depression was rough, and while some people like it that way, the world of baking didn't. Butter, sugar, and eggs were scarce, but there was shelf-stable peanut butter. Start with 2 cups of flour, a pinch of salt, only a 1/4 cup of sugar, and 4 teaspoons of baking powder. Instead of typo, we want the bread to rise, not generate thrust. On this episode, bread goes to space. Mix. In goes 1 1/3 cup of moo juice. That's milk. Now the 1/2 cup of peanut butter. You know, Peter Pan came out in 1928. Brave king. I waited until 2019. Get him. Fold. I don't know about this. There's not much to it. Meow. Bake at 325 for about 1 hour and 10 minutes. Well, it smells divine. That's a good crumb. Man, this is stellar. It's perfectly peanut buttery and sweet. So good with so little. This is why I bake. Peanut butter bread from the Great...
Dude, that looked nice. Dude, that looks scrumptious right there. That looked like some scrumptiousness. It's the maestro of the mayo. Hey, was there mayo in there? I didn't hear mayo. But dude, that looks scrumptious, so nonetheless. Oh, this song's like karaoke. I didn't see mayo. Yeah, I don't think there was any maestro of the mayo. It was just peanut butter. And today, right, what do you like? Make the rules of this game. Who's paying your champagne? All the gravity in the world. Anything anymore came for a day. Didn't make that chocolate mayo cake though. Oh, don't even remind me of that. Oh, that just sounds gross. I forgot how, like, disgusting that was. Why would you mix chocolate and milk? Dude, there are some things that should never have been created, and that's one of them. A chocolate mayo cake should never be created. The time has come to the sun's been yeah, just more scum. I can see but it's rapid on the spring. Yeah, for a day. I mean, I was skeptical at first, but I've actually baked this and it turned out pretty solid. Not bad, but turned out good. Wait, what is? Well, alright, you're gonna have to wait for the song to end because, yeah. I'm one of those fuckers that doesn't just cut a song off, or at least I tried to avoid that. Wish I could say the same for this though. Nah, you gotta let it finish. Exactly. So you're one of those guys. My roommate is the exact opposite, because there's every now and then he'll actually play music that I actually like, and I'll want him to keep playing it, but then like not even, sometimes it won't even be a third of the way of the song, and he will just like change it to another one. I'm just like, what the fuck? It's like, you gotta let the song play out, you son of a bitch. It's like, what the fuck, man? It's like, come on, dude. You gotta let the song play. Alright.
A chocolate
Wait, so wait, oh, wait, so this is a chocolate mayo cake, and you actually have made it?
chocolate mayonnaise cake from 56. This has been my most requested cake. Of course, it's the mayonnaise.
I mean, it was in 1956, which means there was a lot of cocaine involved in making this.
Bloopers. Today you will rise. Potted cocoa. Why she smells like chocolate? Mayonnaise. And it's not just a little bit. No, it's a severe, unauthorized cup of mayonnaise. Cup of water. Honey, you can't dilute a war crime. You know, it's horrible now, but I hope it turns out okay. Like children. I'm sending you to summer camp. For the frosting, we boil milk, sugar, cocoa, and margarine. Fire! Beat in mayonnaise. To the chocolate. Do you keep it in your purse? Hello. Maybe if I just don't think about it. Good heavens. Holy fantastic.
Holy fuck.
Chocolate is tangy. I'll concede you were right. A chocolate.
I mean, you know what? All right, you know, maybe I'll try it, you know, one of these days. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, there's this one. The peanut butter stuffed onions. Oh, dude, what the fuck?
Peanut butter onions from the Great Depression. Like kissing women, stuffing onions full of peanut butter feels rather unnatural to me, but I suppose desperate times call for desperate measures. Start by our onion. Now you can use any type of onion, but I use the round ones, the only type I can find. We need to create a flat bottom. Let me get some reference. Perfect. Time to scoop out the middle. Ooh, boy, this onion's strong. The military grade. God damn. Woo! Okay, now that we have a hole in our onion and we look like we've just come from a wake, we need to stuff it. For that, we need a quarter cup of peanut butter mixed with half as much breadcrumbs. Why? I suppose it is called the Great Depression for a reason. You know, I don't typically stuff vegetables. Mix. Much prefer stuffing fruit. Do we really just bake this? We do. $3.75 for an hour. A presentable gift.
Oh my god, what the fuck is that, dude? Oh my god, what the fuck is that? It looks like a fucking, like, volcanic egg just erupted. Even Zukov is protesting this fucking thing. Okay, Zukov, shut up.
Radio. Closed casket funeral.
Of course, what the fuck did you expect? What was that, man?
It's not so much bad as it is unsettling. Simply just no need to do any of this. Peanut butter.
Wait, so is the flavor good, but just unsettling because it... That makes me uncomfortable. Like, is he saying that it's good, but not in a way that should be? Like... I feel unnatural with just observing that, because the thumbs up, I don't know if that, I don't know if that thumbs up was satire or not, frankly. I mean, he's like, but I feel like it was actually pretty bad. Good PB dessert. You keep showing me these, oh my god.
Peanut butter pie from 1953. Now this pie is described as a chiffon. Now what does that mean? It means it was written by a white person. We start by adding a pack of gelatin to water. I told you. The yolks of 2 eggs, quarter cup of sugar, and water. Cook over a double boiler. You're getting bougie today. Gelatin, vigorous whisking. Fridge, half half cup of peanut butter, half cup of water. You're diluting peanut butter to the gulag. Vanilla, put this back in here. Time to beat the egg whites. If I have to beat anything else in this recipe, I'm going to be charged with domestic violence. Egg whites. Oh, gravity. Forward. Back you go. Pastry. This better be good. Yes. Good night. Good morning. Finish with whipped cream. God damn it. It's beautiful. Sorry about that. A peanut butter.
Damn. You know, that did actually look pretty banging. I will admit. Actually, there's something about that looked pretty good. It kind of looked like a pumpkin pie, but obviously more peanut buttery. But that diluting of the peanut butter like that looked fucking rank. And that looked like some gulag shit. It's like gulag with you, but you know what? You get the best. You don't get gulag now. The result of of all that war crime, that just happened there, was actually pretty good. So I don't know. The means justify the ends, I guess. There. Right here. Zukoff, what the fuck you doing? What are you doing, bye? A giant Reese's in pie form. Why do I feel like Reese's has done that before, but they just don't sell it? They just do it as like a rare event thing. It sounds awesome though, actually. I'd be 100% down with that. Damn bladder when I happen to be inebriated. Okay, hold on, what was it say? I get your destination without running a few people over, as the saying goes. What the fuck? Come here, Bobby. Goofy dog. Goofy little dog. It's, oh my fucking god. What the? Wait, you're right. Wait, oh shit. Was I right about the Reese's thing? Giant Reese's Cup Thanksgiving pie is sold out, but you can still go. This is 2 years ago, but oh my god, they do exist. I knew it! Dude, fuck yes. Most affinity app. Yeah, wait, what is this? Become an airline pilot. But I wouldn't want to be like an airline pilot. But yeah, okay. Wait. Free information request. Wait, hold on. What? I can fill this out. Seriously. What the fuck? Dude, wait, I can actually. You know what? You know what? Unironically, I might keep this. Old man, the legends were true. I knew the legends had to be true. No, not that. Yeah. What are you doing? Hey, what are you doing? You goofy little bastard. What the hell? Hey, stop it. This fucking silly dog. You're about to get assaulted. That's what you get. Little bastard. Of course he just accepts it. Just takes it. What a little prick. What a little prick of a dog. What a little silly boy of a dog. Is this Tennessee cops gone wild? Huh? The whole department? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, was that police department that basically got caught having a bunch of sex and shit or something? Oh, is this what I think it is?
Everybody, and I want to hear what Normie Jesus had to
It
say
seems
about
like Batman and I have nothing in common, but nothing could be further from the truth. There is one thing we share, and that is an obsession. Batman is obsessed with justice. I'm obsessed with goofiness. Wherever there is goofiness, I will be there. I'm drawn to it like flies to a porta potty. I can't help myself. If I was one of the founding fathers of the United States of America, the unalienable rights talked about in the Declaration of Independence would have referred to life, liberty, and the pursuit of goofiness. Now, why am I mentioning this? Well, because I have one hell of a story to share with you today that I'm sure all of you are already aware of because it's been memed to death. But I haven't talked about it. And you know what? That just doesn't sit right with me anymore. So let's talk about the massive police scandal that's gone on this week in Tennessee, where 5 officers were fired after it was revealed that it was basically just a fucking porno set at the department. It came out that at least 5 male officers were engaging in sexual relations with a female officer, whom is married, by the way. And they were sending...
Ooh. Oh, shit. Oh, damn.
Pics, taint pics, butthole.
Okay, one of the best parts of...
Oh, shit. There's pics galore. Oh, my God. Wow. Oh, my God. Yes. Oh, my God. I love it. Oh, my. I never actually heard the details. I just heard about it. Like, for the grapevine, I'm like, oh, my. And I just thought, wow, that's hilarious. But I didn't actually realize, like, how how deep it got with the deets. I'm just, it's so this is just like tip of the toe in so far. I'm just like, oh my God, dude, what are the other details to this? Holy shit. I'm now just starting to realize, like, you know, what I probably was missing out on. Oh my God.
And I called this before, the investigation was concluded or we knew anything about this. I told you it was like definitely a time.
I wonder if that happens in our police department, if like, you know, little sexual inquiries happening between officers, because I'm just gonna be honest, there's this like female blonde officer, I'm just gonna be blunt right now because I don't give a fuck, who is dummy thick. Dummy thick. I'm just like, hey officer, you can arrest me anytime. You know what I mean? You know, it's like, hey, you know that baton? I don't know, I could probably use a little bit of a smackdown, you know what I'm saying? You know, Mrs. Officer. It's just like, you know, like, dude, I don't know what the fuck it is, but it's like, where in the fuck did we just get like some hot, like, female officer, like, straight, it's like, I don't know, like, I mean, I have a little bit of like, you know, dominant female, like, thing going on, but, so, and she's actually legit, you know, like, attractive, you know, legit good looking, you know, woman, but also dummy thick, and it's like, what the fuck? And I mean, like, you know, thick in the right spots, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, what? It's like, god damn it. It's like, hey, Miss Officer, I'm a cab all the way. You should probably punish me for my, you know, rebellion against, bitches like,
Department. Okay? And it was. Turns out the natural suburb of Laverne has only 60 cops in the department, which means she fucked 1/10 of the department that we know of. That.
Damn. Was she just like horny as fuck? Like, oh my god.
Came out.
1 out of like 10 officers of this department basically like fucked her. Oh my god, she got around. Wow, dude. And she was married. Dude, imagine her husband and how like when he found out about shit like that. Oh my god, imagine when he found out. Because like, who in the fuck do you go to for something like that? You can't really go to the law, you know, because she is the law. It's like, damn. Wow.
That's crazy. No wonder they gave her.
Yeah, this is pretty tame. Like, honestly, this is like, in a weird way, like, maybe, you know, having them bust a nut, before they, you know, like, go out and do their thing, you know, like, you know, on their shift. Like, it's probably a good idea. Like, you know, like, yeah, let's have Officer McFuckface over there, you know, bust a nut, you know, and then have him, you know, do his beat, you know, like, drive his beat or walk his beat or whatever the fuck, you know, the term would be these days. You know, go out on patrol or whatever the hell. It's like, let him bust a nut first, because then you'll, you know, be less stressed out, have a little bit of clarity, you know, I don't know, I mean, hey, I'm just saying.
Dude,
it's like how Al Capone got away from murder for years, but tax shit is what finally got him. Yeah, dude, it basically is just like that in a nutshell. It really is. I mean, that's why I find it funny. It's like, I mean, I'm still ACAB all the way, but like every now and then, I mean, you gotta love them every now and then. Not because they're like, you know, the good hard working folks in this country, blah, blah, blah. Not because of that bullshit, but because of their stupidity and their incompetence and their just weird, like, hubris. And this is like one of those moments where it's just like, incompetence and hubris. Like, really. I mean, it was a lot of sexual hubris in this case, you know, so, I mean, it wasn't really due to stupidity. Well, I guess they were being kind of dumb. I mean, but it was more just, like, not really dumb, but some other shit, you know, so, I don't know. I mean, definitely a lot of hubris and incompetence, but I wouldn't necessarily say outright stupid, but, I mean, it's usually one of the three.
She fucked 10% of the department, dude. That's iconic. That's iconic. That's iconic.
Pics, whatever, all kinds of photos of their genitals, and having sex at the police station on duty, and having girls gone wild type parties.
Honestly, like, I mean, like, all right. My question for right now, you know, for me to really have a consensus about this, my question is, like, is this like the only thing this police department is guilty of? Like, what other corrupt shit are they known for? Like, what other abuses have they done? Is it like, you know, like shooting unarmed black people, like just, you know, planting drugs and You know, like, it's, you know, stereotypical shit we know that cops love to do. You know, is there that shit going on top of this? Or is it just like, you know, the basic stereotypical, like, oh, yes, back the blue and make us get more funding, blah, 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 so they can, you know, do shit like this because they're bored. Like, I mean, because if it's this, I mean, at least they're not doing the former, you know, like I was just mentioning, so I guess, you know, that's why it's tame, you know, it's just like, that's why I kind of find it amusing, and in a way, I'm like, I mean, yeah, they shouldn't be doing that, but what the, like, I mean, knowing American cops, like, what the fuck do you think they're gonna be doing if not that, right? You know, so, lesser of two evils, I guess.
Sounds more like a frat house out of an American Pie movie than it does a department that's supposed to protect and serve the community. The only thing that was being protected was their penises. Maybe. They probably weren't even using condoms. No jimmies. It was probably raw dog. But what they were serving was spaghetti and meatballs. Hold the spaghetti. Just the meatballs. As they were clapping against the cheeks of Officer Megan, whom engaged in many sexual encounters at the department while having a husband. Obviously, that's a pretty...
She was protecting and serving, dude. She was serving cunt, okay? Like, literally. And also figuratively. But definitely literally as well. I respect I respect it so much.
A horrible thing to do. And it's also very weird that it went on for so long. Just a very weird...
It's just, she said...
Is it really weird, though? I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, it's like... It's like, would you rather them, you know, doing traffic stops and trying to, like, you know, unsolicitedly, like, you know, trying to force, you know, and forcibly coerce, you know, people into, like, sexual favors, or just amongst themselves, like a frat house into the police department, you know, again, it's like a lesser two evil thing a little bit. It's still bad, ACAB, fuck them either way, they're still stupid, and they definitely deserve to get fired, and at the very least, but, like... I mean, like, on one hand, too, it's like, there is a part of me that does, in a weird way, kind of want to, like, partially defend it, because, like, at least they're not doing the shit that they're, like, that's abhorrent, that, you know, it's always known that cops do, right? You know, so it's like... I mean, that's why I say the lesser two evils, because, like, on one hand, like, yeah, they shouldn't be doing this at all, and it's fucked, and it's ridiculous, especially considering the context of everything, but it's like, on the other hand, it's like, would you rather that, or, you know, like, them potentially just, like, street sweeping homeless people in their town, or fucking, like, planting drugs on people because they want to, you know, uphill the quota, like, would you rather them just not give a fuck about that, or, like, I don't know. I guess they would have to, you know, see, like, what other bullshit this department's known for, considering that they're doing this, you know, so, I don't know, like, I mean, I guess in a certain way I'm a little mixed, but, you know, it's still ACAB, I mean, they're a piece of shit, so, you know, let them get fired, and have, like, basically the entire department fired for as far as I give a shit, and just, like, you know, have them be replaced, you know, with, like, totally different people. There's some of the names on the list are of literal young children that the TSA assuming they'll go up to be called terrorists. Wait, so, I didn't even see this. Someone hacked a copy of the entire no-fly list. Damn. Wow.
The police.
Not
by
surprised.
that I mean literally. She said, I'm gonna back the blue, and by that I mean I'm gonna back into the blue. I'm gonna back that thing up, okay?
I'm gonna back that dumper into that blue, bro.
But before I get too deep, there's something else that I think's a little weird, and that's people who don't drink G Fuel. More specifically, they don't drink Divine Peach G Fuel. Beautiful energy drink, a new flavor called Flavor, or Go Prop. Back to the topic here. This is a pretty fucked up situation. This is why you've probably been seeing her photo on every single meme or piece of content that refers even lightly to cheating. It's because of this story. There's a lot to unpack here, such as like hot tub parties, which a lot of sex, clearly. But one hotspot was actually at the police department's own gym, where a lot of oral sex seemed to be happening there. So I guess this gym membership came with a happy ending.
Shields told the city investigators that Hall performed oral sex
Oh my god. It's like, hey, bro, it's like, want to go to the gym instead of, doing this paperwork all damn day? Yeah, Megan over there, Officer Megan's gonna give us a nice good fucking blowy, while we're getting our lift in, I'm telling you. It's like, oh my god, dude, what the fuck? Wow, I really did not know the details of this type of shit, dude. This is just fucking...
Released him after initially having claimed...
This is so fucking great.
Bro, that's fire, dude. That is fire, okay? It's not fireable. I don't know why they fucking clapped our ass cheeks like this. I mean figuratively, because, like, they did clap our ass cheeks, literally. It's crazy. She was just, like, sucking dudes off at the gym. Like, that's awesome. Good for her.
I mean, yeah, more power to her. But she's also married, too, right? And also, like, she's a cop. Like, she technically, like, if you're on the job, you shouldn't be doing that. But, well, I mean, I guess she's taking the protect and serve, literally. Like, she serves some poom-poom and she serves some blowies. Like, so, I mean... She's doing the serve part of the whole protected serve, so, I mean, I guess she's got half of it right.
To her. Powell was also initially denied having any sexual relation with Hall. Powell also claimed that as the investigations progressed, he and Hall compared notes in a failed bid to keep their tryst a secret from investigators. Powell confirmed that he and Hall met at Planet Fitness. Powell confirmed they discussed the investigation, and Powell told Hall he denied all the allegations during his interview with HR.
It sounds like more dick was getting sucked at this gym than at the casting couch. Now, like most people with a soul, when I read this story, my heart broke for the husband in this situation, because not only has he been getting cheated on for such a long time, he got cheated on to such a ridiculous degree that it cost his wife her job.
It turns out, isn't he staying with her too?
Which is obviously a big blow to the household income. But fuckle your seatbelts, because this is where the ride
fuckle your seatbelts
gets a little bumpy and very
I'm still not
interesting. After all this news broke and the husband found out, he made a statement saying that he supports his wife and...
Oh shit. It's an open relationship. Oh shit, dude. Whoa, that is a curveball. Wait, so he's aware of it? No, that just means that he's aware of it, is okay with it, and it's a cuckold in an open relationship. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck? Dude, the details of this is insane. This is, okay, this is, alright, this is fire. This is awesome. Oh my god. Dude, oh wow. Why did I not delve into this? Holy shit. This shit is wow. This is insane. What the fuck? Oh my god. After all that, he knew about that. What? Wish I had some popcorn. I have Doritos. I have a party-sized Dorito bag. I actually do right over here. See? You know what? Fuck it. You know what? Fuck it. Dude, this is insane, bro. This is awesome. Dude, I am tuned in.
As they work through this problem in their marriage.
Yeah, he's a cuck. He 100% is a cuckold.
He's a cuckold, yep.
And honestly, like, dude, what? Is it only fucking, like, is it only supposed to be, like, fucking queer Zoomers that get to do this kind of weird kink shit, dude? Let the Tennessee man have his fun. Clearly, this is what he's into.
Marriage. I'm not here to opine on that. Whatever makes you happiest, I suppose, but goddamn, fucking jinkies. Zoinks, Scoob.
Zoinks, Scoob.
His name is Jedediah.
Why? What? Jedediah Hall? Oh my god. Wow, what a name. Jedediah. It's not even Jebediah, it's just Jedediah. Wow.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh,
no wonder he's a cock.
A little bit.
You know what? No. Oh my Psalm Piker Circle 2023 to Jedediah Hall. Oh my god, I just came a little. What the fuck? Holy shit. Wow. Dude, with a name like Jedediah, wow, you're gonna grow up, like, you can't grow up not being a cuck at that point.
I make this joke all the time. Like, Jedediah is one of my favorite names. Like, I use it all the time as, like, a sentence modifier. And it turns out this fucking guy's name is actually Jedediah. Holy shit. Oh, wow. That's so good. He's a Coffee County Sheriff's deputy who's the husband of former Laverne, Tennessee police officer Megan Hall. He used to be a park ranger. He has a master's degree. And he's definitely a cuckold, okay?
Yep.
This is so sad and horrible. Jedediah Hall was featured in a blog post by Tennessee State Parks. At the time, the blog described him as a park ranger for Bicentennial Capital Mall State Park. The blog asked, what experiences inspired you to work with the Tennessee State Parks? I grew up in Chapel Hill, Tennessee, and spent my weekends and summers in the woods and on the riverbanks of Henry Horton State Park. Without much money to travel, Henry Horton became my family's go-to summer destination. Growing up on the trails and swimming in the river made me fall in love with our state parks. This guy just likes state parks and watching his wife get fucked by every cop that is on the payroll of the state.
It's like, I like natural wildlife and like being out in the forests and in the parks and in the park ranges and stuff like that, but I also like watching my wife get fucking railed by a bunch of hogs.
Okay? When I got older and began working on my master's degree at MTSU, I had the goal of being a teacher. However, the summer after my first year, I was hired by Henry Horton State Park as a seasonal interpretive recreator. That summer changed my life, and I decided to teach park visitors about Tennessee's history and natural resources. The blog quotes Jedediah Hall as saying his favorite thing about working for State Park is witnessing the look in the visitor's eye when they connect with our state's natural... I love this man. This guy. Technically, he's a cuck, so she's not even cheating on him. You know what I mean?
I mean, whatever floats his boat, I guess. But why cops, man? I don't know. Because he's like a weird conservative Republican type, I'm assuming. And, he, Blue Lives Matter and back to blue. But he's going to let that blue back up in that ass. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. I'm assuming that.
According to Daily Mail, Jedediah Hall is now a deputy with the Coffee County Sheriff's Department in Tennessee. He was training for the Tennessee...
Oh, well, now he's just deputy sheriff. Wow. So he is a cop himself. Well, there you go.
Patrol, but decided to be a deputy instead after the scandal broke. I don't know how he's doing it. He's more of a man than I am, but he's trying to salvage his marriage. Coffee County Sheriff Chad Parton told Daily Mail, Chad, you keep your fucking dick away from my wife, okay? Chad is trying to get a piece. He's more of a man than I am.
Chad, you get the fuck away from my wife while I secretly watch you fuck her in my closet, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, I think this is literally just, he just doesn't care because he's into it.
He's always would be the most honest conservative. Oh my god.
I've offered and extended to him any resource that he needs. All he says is, Sheriff, I just want to work for the citizens of Coffee County, and I love what I'm doing, Parton told Daily Mail.
He lives in a county that's literally called Coffee County. Coffee? Are you fucking kidding me?
What went on at the Laverne Police Department, but he sure hasn't broken any laws. He's the victim here. There's not a blemish on his record. He's doing a phenomenal job. Double phenomenal. You know, phenomenal.
Wow.
Jedediah Hall was the son of a pastor and married Megan Hall in 2018. Jedediah Hall was not on board with his wife's behavior, the investigative report says.
Bullshit.
Bullshit. The Biggest Loser award? What the fuck? According to the Laverne investigative report, Megan Hall told one of the suspended officers, Patrick Magliocco, when you're Italian in a neighborhood like Laverne, Tennessee, I suspect you are like the most POC.
The most POC.
Like, she was looking for exotic dick. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, let me get some of that exotic, beautiful rooster cock right there within the ranks of the hogs. You know, that Italian fella right there, I tell you what. Yeah.
Told Patrick Magliocco that her husband really wasn't on board with her behavior.
Wow. Absurd. The details of this is ridiculous.
Magliocco told investigators that he and his wife had an open marriage.
There's a town in Massachusetts called Sandwich.
Had an open marriage?
Sandwich police?
He and his wife had an open marriage, and Hall had asked him about doing things with Magliocco and his wife.
Wait. Did I hear that right? Whoa, yo. I heard open relationship. Is this actually... Wait. So Jedediah actually had an open relationship? So it is true. He is a cuck. He is a cuck in an open relationship.
Had an open marriage? And he and his wife had an open marriage, and Hall had asked him about doing things with Magliocco and his wife. Bro, what are these guys doing? They're just,
what the hell?
They're fucking and sucking, dude. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
They are not stopping. They're fucking. They're sucking. There's no stopping anybody out here.
Can't stop. No, won't stop. Zukov, you need to stop and will stop. Hey, Zukov, get over here.
Magliocco's wife started kissing, and Hall's husband came into the room and seemed upset. That's when Hall is accused of telling Magliocco of Jedediah Hall. He really wasn't on board. Magliocco admitted having sexual intercourse with Hall on numerous occasions, the report says, and told investigators Megan Hall asked them for money so she could get a hotel room with her husband without her husband knowing. One of the fired officers told investigators that he had heard Hall and Magliocco were in open marriages, the report says.
Wow. Gotta love it. Beautiful.
Best town to rob a bank. Everyone's too horny to stop you.
Dude, for fucking real. Dude, it's like the best town to do crimes in because, like, the cops are literally too horny or are fucking each other all goddamn day. Like, I mean, what the fuck is gonna happen, you know? Like, I mean, who's gonna stop you? The cops sure as shit because they're fucking each other. So...
You can just, like, you can fuck your way out of that one, you know what I mean? You just get in on it.
Yeah, just join in with them. They'll probably let you go.
Megan thanked her amazing husband, praising his constant support when she became a police officer. Bro, what's wild about this is that, like, holy shit, she got a forehead on her. Jesus Christ. In a now deleted post on her Facebook page, Megan was a pharmacy tech at Walgreens before becoming a cop. I'm thankful for my family and my friends and my amazing husband for all their constant support.
Wait. She worked at Walgreens before being a cop? Bruh. I know what happened. Some cop looked at her. It's like, yo, you look kind of cute. And she was like, yo, I kind of want to fuck you. He's like, yo, you want to be a cop? I know some guys that might like you. I can get you in. Oh my god, wow. I already know how that happened. She fucked her way into the police department. She sucked and fucked her way into the police department, dude. Oh my god. Dude, what a... Oh my god. Yo, this is too... Oh my... This is so gold. This is platinum. This is like some platinum diamond gold jewelry right here, dude. Oh my god. 24 karat gold shit level. Like, oh my... Wow. This is amazing. This is just so great. Wow.
Of having sexual activity while on duty, sexual harassment, conduct unbecoming of an officer, and lying during the course of the investigation. It also recommended the termination of Sergeant Ty McGowan, Sergeant Lewis Powell, Detective Seneca Shields, and Officer Juan Lugo.
A detective? Oh, damn.
Oh, she took down like half the police force, including a detective.
That's how they probably were able to, like, circumnavigate, you know, the detectives and the investigators, what the fuck, the investigators and shit, because she was fucking one of them. So she was able to, like, get that detective who she was fucking to basically undermine that. Oh my god, dude, wow, she is Machiavellian, dude, what the fuck?
It's wild, because, like, detectives are, like, tier 3 cops, you know what I mean? Highest tier police work. Obviously, a lot of them are still cops, so they're fucking dumb. But, like, they are the guys that are, like, solving crimes. You know what I mean? Like, they are the people. So you would expect the detective to be a little bit smarter than that.
Well, I guess his dick was thinking a little more for him than smarts.
She defunded the police herself, yeah.
She like fucked the police so hard she defunded it. Damn.
I've heard of a police dog turning on an officer, but never a police pog. A police pog. Yeah, it's Pog Patrol, baby. Wow. There's just so many memes to be made out of this. I respect it so much.
This is beautiful.
Of course, there's the investigator recommended.
Dude, the more I learn, the more details I'm hearing about this, the more I'm loving this. This is so great. This is so awesome.
Patrick Magliocho, Larry Holiday, there's more. Holy fuck. And Gavin Schoberl. According to USA Today, Mayor Jason Cole accepted those recommendations, calling the behavior unacceptable. They're cops, brother. They're not fucking getting fucked.
Unacceptable bullshit. Dude, they were probably getting some blowies and some handies here and there. Like, bull fuck. Like, give me a... Oh my god. They're trying to save me so hard. It's so great. It's so awesome. This is beautiful.
Imagine...
Magnifique.
That's the wildest part about this is that, like, this is what cops get fired for. Meanwhile, they, like... You know, they just get death duty for a little bit if they shoot someone and kill them.
Such bullshit.
Like, police unions should be protecting you over shit like this, as long as it's consensual, okay? And not when you murder someone. It's so wild to me.
Yeah, this would be like a rare case where, like, a police union would be okay with defending the cops on. But, like... just mag dumping a son of a bitch because they're homeless and may or may not have stolen like $20 worth of shit or something. Like, it's like, go and fuck and yourself. Like, that is ridiculous. It's why, you know, people, even very pro-union people like me, tend to be against police unions. I'm not against them in theory, but, I mean, like, in their current iteration, I mean, yeah, I am. Not many of them could be like Smile and Sid, like Sid Hayfield. You know, it's like, I mean, there's not many cops are. It's like a diamond. It's like a diamond in like the mountain of mud. You know that, you know, to find you know, a cop like that. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just look them up. There's a whole wiki page I have.
According to a report, Megan Hall was accused of having sex with multiple officers on duty at hotels, at their houses. She was also accused of exchanging nude photos with multiple police officers. This is what Back the Blue means, yes.
I'm wishing their marriage the absolute
Back up
best.
in that blue.
I'm sure any day now she will be announcing her OnlyFans, and I'd wager a guess we might see some cameos, guest appearances from the old boys in blue down at the Tennessee Police Headquarters there that are now also out of a job.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, yeah, just kind of wanted to go over this story a little bit because it doesn't...
She might make a lucrative little side job at, you know, being an amateur, professional porn actress. I mean, you can't do that. I'm not even saying that in a negative way. I'm saying that in a positive way. Same with OnlyFans. More power to her. Honestly, when it comes to that. And honestly, you know what? I actually, in a weird way, am kind of on the defense, you know, on these cops just a little bit. At least for the chick. I mean, I actually kind of defend the chick more so than the rest of them, because they were just getting a little poom-poom. Like, I mean, the rest of the cops just wanted a little extra poom-poom, and they had opportunity, so, you know, fuck them either way. The chick cop, though, who's in an open relationship, cucking her husband and stuff, I'm in the defensive for her, really. I mean, not because she's a cop, necessarily, just because of, like... I mean, I guess in a way, a little bit, just because of the context of the story, but, I mean, I don't know. Like, she probably was able to kind of keep the rest of them, like, under control, if you catch the drift, you know what I mean? Like, because, like, rather those cops that she was, you know, getting a little pipe action with, like, I mean, I'd rather those cops, like, be, doing their little street patrols and shit after busting a fat nut, in comparison to not, and being all, like, tensed up and shit. So, I mean, I don't know, maybe she was doing everybody in that community a fucking favor, so, I don't know, like, like a hero we don't deserve, but the one we need, one of those instances, I don't know.
Goofier than that. I've seen...
The police union doesn't know how to handle the situation. This is the first time a woman has had consensual sex with on-duty cops. Yeah, literally. That's why they fired her. They were like, ah!
We don't know how to deal with this. Fuck you, get out of here.
A lot of people saying, you know, why should it matter if the department was fucking...
Someone please, what is a pog, says Sankara Stan. Don't Google it, 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 don't Google it.
Do I dare Google it? Obviously I will take the strain off if I do, but hold on, I can't exactly see how it's spelled. You know what, fuck it. Hold on, let me do this real quick. Just do this for a second. Alright, okay, I see. Alright, you know what, I'm taking the screen down, and fuck it. Against his better judgment, I'm gonna, alright, here we go, alright. Well, alright, let's see. Am I gonna regret this? Describe it to me. Images. Don't Google it? Are you sure about that, Hassan? We got like some big dumpers, some thickness. Got some thick booties going on, I'll say that much. There's a lot of thick booty. So basically just like some thick thighs, thick booty, some thickness. So just dummy thick. It's just another way of describing dummy thick. I like it.
Don't Google it. Don't Google it. Don't Google it. Don't Google it. Don't Google it. Don't.
I did Google it, and I was absolutely okay with everything I was witnessing. So fuck you, Hassan.
Google it. If this person doesn't know what a pog is, don't tell him to Google it, you fucking weirdo.
No, you got to. You gotta let him embrace it, bro. You gotta let him go in balls deep, dude. All gas, no brakes, bro. Nah, you gotta let him, dude.
Don't do it on the family computer, Sankara Stan.
Don't do it on the family computer.
Your chat is white as fuck, bro. I mean, this person's name is Sankara Stan, so I don't... It's like the one instance, I feel like...
That don't sound white.
I think they're just nerdy.
That just sounds like a closeted nerd, honestly. My God. Wow. Amazing.
Usually I would say yes, my chat is very white. I don't know if this person is.
No, I doubt it. Play more of that video, you son of a... Play more of the video, you son of a bitch.
Each other at the headquarters. Sorry, I had to spit because it's such a stupid thing to think. I'll explain it to you. It's because you shouldn't be having sex at work. This doesn't apply to just something like the police department. This applies everywhere.
Okay, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Yeah.
He's not wrong about this. But also, like, as far as what cops do, I feel like this is literally This is like the most ethical thing that they've done. They're having consensual sex.
If I found out my local subway workers were mashing pissers in the back, getting the sloppy...
Oh my God, you know what, Rose? This just now instantly reminded me of like something out of nowhere that I wasn't a part of, but that was absurd and really funny. This just now made me now think of an instance, because it ties into this. Like, oh my God. Okay. I mean, it's gross as fuck, but it's also pretty funny. Because, like, we had this China chef. I haven't seen this son of a bitch in a long time, but there was a guy named, it wasn't his actual name, but it's just, how he went by. But it was a guy named Ma, but he, like, there was one time where one of my coworkers, wait, that wasn't male. Well, hold on. Like, there was one day where one of my coworkers was like doing like putting some food away before distressing everything else and closing the rest of the shop up while he was finishing up his stuff. Well, he was finishing up something else in the fucking cooler while she was going in there and of course, like, basically, just to do this, just kind of show. Not literally, obviously, but, like, basically, he was, like, hunched over like this. He had his hand like this. Well, I don't know which hand he was using, but basically, had his hand like this, perfect, with a towel perfectly folded over his hand, ready to go, while he's just like, like going to town, dude, in the cooler, while with that hand, he's holding onto his phone, watching the hub, bruh, and it's like, I wasn't there for it, but, like, it was, like, I remembered, like, the next day where it was described to me, and I was just like, what? But it's so cold. It's not our freezer, it's just the refrigerator. So it's not, it would be about as cold as it is outside right now, basically. Maybe a little colder than it is outside. Like, it's about, like I just saw the temperature earlier when I was looking up on Google for the POG. Like, when I was, I saw the temperature, it was like 38, 36 degrees, somewhere around there. Like, just imagine it being more like 35 or something like that. Like, I mean, and he had his chef coat on and stuff. Like, he had, like, his jacket on and everything. He just is, obviously, it's just, like, the only, like, obscure hidden place that you can do that unless you're in the fucking freezer. Or in the bathroom, in the employee's bathroom or something like that, which that would even be more, risky. So, determination, dude. It was some determination, bro. And when she walked in, she opened it up, and he had the door barely open a crack, so she opened it up thinking whatever, and she just saw him happen to be there. She, like, went, ah! And, like, closed the door and just, like, ran away, like, oh god, knowing that what was going on in there. And I'm just like, oh my lord. It was fucking insane, is apparently he has done that apparently multiple times. Like, honestly, like, straight up. Like, because there was that instance, and then there was, like, straight up, like, one or two other times where he was caught doing the same fucking shit, and then eventually he just got transferred away. It's like, no, don't transfer him. You probably would want to fire that son of a bitch. Like, oh god, no. Because if he's still working, and doing, like the cooking and stuff, he's still doing that. Oh, that just means some of those floors, oh god. When you clean up those, oh no, some of it was, oh no, metal. I'm doing, like, some worm dance and shit, because, like, fuck. See, this is how for me especially, I could never fuck at work. Like, honestly, like, because it's just too weird. Like, no. There's plenty of other places. Like, seriously. Like, I would sooner fuck at the park at, like, 2 a.m. because there's, like, gonna be nobody there, you know what I mean? Like, I would sooner do that. Like, still risque, because there's gonna probably be people there maybe wanting to smoke a doobie or some shit, because I've done that. So, like, there will be some shit like that, potentially. But, either way, like, I'd sooner do that than at a fucking goddamn workplace. Like, I don't get that sometimes. I could kind of get, like, the whole risque, you're in public, and then, ooh, like, a little extra adrenaline with that. I could get that. I can understand it. But, like, at your workplace, and, like, and all that other shit, like, I mean, come on. It's, like, chill. Like, yo. So, like, come on now. I can see being in, like, the bar, like, at the bathroom or some shit if your buddy or something like that. I could get that. That's skirting the line a little bit, but, I could get it. I could see that. But, like, and honestly, that's kind of, for me at least, the line. It's like, is that at that point. Because anything beyond that is just kind of going a little too far. Which is basically, like, workplaces, basically, like, literally in public where, like, there are other people and shit like that. Like, an alleyway, like, all that other shit. Like, no. Just, like, just find somewhere. Like, fuck, like, buy one drink at a bar and just go in his bathroom, for fuck's sake. Like, and again, that's, like, the line for me, at least. But, like, I mean, something. Go find a gigantic park where there's like a bunch of like trees and bushes, and you can just like rummage your way through in the middle of it, where there's like a little open space in the center of it or something, like something like shit. Find at least a little bit of obscurity. Like goddamn. But anyway.
O'clock. I probably would stop going to that Subway. I wouldn't really.
Dog, if you're going to Subway, I think like, you know, Cummies is the least worst thing that's going in your sandwich, okay?
I mean, to be fair, true. And even for my work, like, honestly, Cummies is probably not the worst thing that would ever be in the food. And if I, just for my own humble, like, you know, honest man's, you know, working, you know, status, like, if I ever were to find out about that, I would rat that motherfucker out and make sure they're fired and shit. Because, fuck that shit. That's just some bullshit. That's gross. Though, to be fair, like, I mean, honestly, like, there's been equipment that is just straight up that should not be used that gets used. There's, like, times where, like, I've had, like, I would not cook it, but I've noticed, like, you know, when I show up and then, like, a couple hours later, there would be some food that obviously I didn't make, usually like a whole roaster or something, that would get returned, and it'd be, like, literally raw on the inside, and I'd just be like, what the fuck? That's not good. You know, and honestly, that is way worse than, you know, the leftovers, you know, you know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know, like, yeah, even in this extreme case, I even agree with Son on that one, because, like, there's some times where, usually if it's on my watch, I make sure that shit is, you know, to the exact, you know, requirements that it needs to meet, you know, to be, you know, something that is servable, you know, to give to people as food. But every now and then, sometimes a slip up happens, and sometimes people fuck up. And, you know, hell, even I have that sometimes. But, you know, that's why you double check. Especially, that's why you temp stuff too. Because at least when it came to the whole roaster being raw, because this actually was pretty recent, like a week ago. Like, I was thinking in my head, like, alright, that honestly, possibly they, you know, clicked, like, the baked chicken, like, if they were doing grilled chicken that we put in our hot case instead of the whole roasters that would go out there, because that's for far less time. You know, that it goes on for, like, 45 minutes instead of, like, an hour and 10-something minutes, you know, that the whole roasters would need. And also, the temperature is higher for whole roasters and not for the baked. So, it's, like... So basically, you know, there might have just been a fuck up that no one paid attention to and didn't properly tempt them, you know, and just, you know, and just basically just, you know, someone didn't pay attention, which that's not good. And knowing that at least one of them were bought back, and then, you know, there was a whole batch of them that were like that. I mean, that just means that other people who had their ovens were like, oh, we'll just cook the rest of this ourselves, you know, because it's already halfway cooked, so, you know, they might have fucked up, so whatever. You know, it's a one-time, you know, instance where this happened, you know, so it's like, you know, like, for a lot of people, it kind of showed at least that, like, we usually get, like, 9 to 18, depending on how many that will, you know, be made, especially in the morning. Depending on how many we have usually, but you know, so if that's the case and only one of them got brought back, then that means at least for the other, like, 8 or so people, give or take, you know, then, you know, they just, you know, in their head were like, all right, you know, this is a one-off, you know, they probably accidentally slipped up or some shit, you know, I'm not gonna make a big deal out of it, I'll just cook the rest of it here in my own oven. You know, because they basically did everything else for me and halfway cooked it anyway. So just like an extra 30 minutes, boom, there you go, done. So it's just like, luckily most people obviously don't, you know, make a big deal out of it, but still, it's, you want to pay attention to shit like that, because, I mean, well, you know, because it's a big deal. Like, I mean, as much as, like, it's, you know, a shitty line of work, frankly, in a lot of ways, especially when it comes to, like, the working conditions and pay for a lot of these type of jobs. I mean, it's an important one, because you don't want to get people sick at the end of the day. You know, like, you don't want that. You know?
Want to go to that spot anymore. It's just not an appropriate place, time or place. to be engaging in coitus. I think that should be pretty obvious. And if you'd still like to fight me on that point, can we at least agree that at the very least it's rude? I think it's just downright rude.
It's rude.
The cheating on your husband, that is, I dare say that's a little more than rude. But the fucking while at work, I mean, come on, please. Pardon my language, but you gotta be a real jerk, I said it, to be having sexual intercourse while on the clock. That's not okay, you know? I'll say it, all right? and I don't care who heard me say it.
Damn.
So clearly,
that was the hottest take he ever said. Damn.
Situations.
Damn, Charlie.
Fucking wild. I'm also just straight up stunned and blown away by how quickly the officers were let go. Usually when there's any kind of scandal or controversy with police officers...
Yeah, because this isn't like the stereotypical shit that happens, so they're like, well, we could look like we're at least doing our job properly and keep our good image because we're not, having backlash for other corrupt shit that we're probably doing, so... Because this just came out of nowhere, we'll make an example and look like honest police and blah 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 blah. Like, I mean, they do this all the time. They make a black sheep and like a sacrificial lamb out of exceptional cases, whether it's stuff like this or someone who goes way too far when it comes to like the shit that they do get away with. Like mag dumping somebody who they obviously just didn't have to, even if they, because it's like, hey, you could have beaten the fuck out of somebody right there instead of mag dumping them, man. And it's like, you went way too far with that. It's like, even with, with the logic that they do have of it. I bet they're in a religious area. It's Tennessee. So absolutely, dude. 100. Look at the, it's in Coffee County. I know this much. Like, this whole police department is in Coffee County, Tennessee. So just look at the religious demographic of Coffee County, and that will say it all. Because I guarantee you it's like 80-something% Christian. If it's not like 85+% Christian, I would actually be shocked. If it's less than 85%, I would actually be kind of shocked. Because I'll give credence to, potentially like, Judaic, Islamic, or other religions, or agnosticism, or NA, or just like nothing, or atheism. I'll give credence to that stuff, but it's gonna be 85+%, Christian specifically, guaranteed. Let me know the results, because I guarantee you I'm right. It's probably more like 90-something+%, but I'm just giving 85 to, give a little wiggle room.
And then quietly come back. But in this case, since they fucking soiled the sacred ground of the police headquarters with DNA, fucking come all over the place. They had more DNA in the department's gym than they had in their evidence lockers, I imagine, with all the oral sex going on there. I guess that...
I'm not even kidding. If they fucked someone under detention, under detainment, they would literally not get fucked.
Whoa. Alright, hold up. This is actually, this is way different than I thought. 52.6% of the people in Coffee County are religious. What the okay, I'm gonna be honest. This is... Wow, I'm actually kind of shocked. Wait, so hold on. Percent religious, 50. Okay. So what? What about non-religious though? So what's that? Like, really? No way, dude. No, what? Dude, I honestly somehow feel like But that's the only people who took the survey. Yeah, okay, so it's just, the specifics. So hold on, you know what? There has to be, like, more actual statistical demographic data about this. I'm actually gonna delve further into this. Hold on. Going back to the Google. Get out of here, you big thick booties. Coffee County, Tennessee. Yeah. Not jail. What the fuck? Oh my god. Okay, here we go. Wait, there's a Coffee County, Alabama. Okay, well, I'll see if that's true with Venom if he was here, but, I'll have to ask him next time. Anyway, let's see. Demographics, yes. Does it even say? It doesn't even show it. Oh my, really? Wow. Politics? Okay, wait, hold on. Maybe this will show it. No? Oh my god, this place is so like, dude, this as of 2020, dude, 73.65% voted Republican. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I feel like that's a lot more accurate. Republican stronghold. The last Democrat to carry the county was Bill Clinton in 1996. Yeah, there's nothing else. It just says, like, how many households, you know, female, male stuff, you know, like, how many, you know, percentile, you know, per age and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, not really much else. It's about 84.62% white. So, we got that going on. The link was the only thing I could find about it. Yeah, I guess the wiki didn't have anything. I was hoping maybe there would have been something there, but... yeah, well, I don't know. I feel like it's more than that. It just doesn't really seem like, you know, something that would... it doesn't seem like something that would be that low. I mean, I guess maybe, but... I just kinda doubt it. Oh, Zukov, you little sleepy, lazy boy. You look like a little bean. A little bean with little bat ears. Or little bat wings. It looks so cute. Oh, your little cocoa bean. Looks so cute. Just looking at adorable fuck. Here, let's see what other little things are on the tube now. Oh, let's see here. Why do I still keep getting some goddamn fucking Puss in Boots memes? It's like I've seen. It's like I think I've seen enough of them. It's like Jesus. I refreshed it hoping it would go away, and the first thing that comes up is another one. Like, oh my god! Like, they won't go away. It's like, okay, I get it. Fuck. Like, damn. It's like YouTube. Jesus Christ. Never enough post memes. I mean, you know, I will admit, I mean, because honestly, a lot of the ones that are now starting to come out, like, at first it was basically just, like, you know, just like some clips of the movie, but with like the text over it. Like, it was kind of some basic stuff. And honestly, a lot of the kiddies, you know, kind of started getting into it a little bit. There's like some Minecraft ones in there, but now they're starting to get, like, the adults are catching on now. And they're starting to get, you know, and some more adult-based humor starting to get into the mix with all of it. And there was a funny one where it's just like, where the wolf is just like, you know, saying to Puss, like, what's the matter? Life flashing before your eyes? And instead of a sword, it's soap. He's like, kicks it. It's like, pick it up. Pick it up. It's like, and Puss is just looking at a bar of soap, like, yeah, you gotta pick that up. You gotta bend down and pick it up. It's just like, it's like, oh my god. I mean, there's some memes that are coming out now that are actually kind of getting to be pretty hilarious. And honestly, in a way, I kind of like that Jack Horner character because he's basically the embodiment of, like, every billionaire shitbag ever. Like, he's the embodiment of, like, Musk, Bezos, Edison, like, just every rich fucking, like, the Carnegies, you know, like, the fucking, you know, Warren Buffett, like, pretty much every little rich cocksucker motherfucker you could think of. Just the embodiment and the essence of, like, what their, like, literal being is about, and it's just, like, it's beautiful. I love how it's just, like, unapologetic, too. And he has, like, that little, like, locust, or, like, that little cockroach, or little cricket little dude, and he's just, like... It's like, oh my god. It's like... It's like, that was horrible. Your wish is horrible. And it just looks at him and it's like, realizing it's like, you're horrible. There's nothing good about you. Because he basically has, like, the philosophy, essentially, of, like... Oh, like, there's always, like, at least some good in people. Like, there's always at least, like, a little good in somebody. You know, kind of like a yin and yang type of thing or something, right? Like, but with Jack Horner, there literally is none of that. And he just kind of looks over just with this smug look of, like, yeah. Just with his, like, puggy-ass little cheeks and shit. Just, like, you know, just, like, having this, like, claim just outright, you know, shoved to his face. It's like... Oh, well, what took you so long? It's like, of course, you idiot. And just flicks him away and, like, literally, like, decapitates his, like, leg and wing. Just yeets him into orbit. Just like, damn. Did Puss in Boots movies take place before or after Shrek? I think it's supposed to be after Shrek. I honestly don't know. I would assume after Shrek, technically. I mean, maybe... I would assume maybe, like, yeah, maybe afterwards, just because, from my understanding, there is references to Shrek in the film. I haven't seen the entire movie yet. I'm starting to basically paint the movie in my head now at this point, just based off the memes that I just keep seeing. But, like, I still need to watch the movie at this rate. But, yeah, I know there's at least, like, I didn't see the video, but I know there was at least, just kind of avoid some spoilers. I mean, I know there was at least, like, a clip that was saying, like, all the references of Shrek, and it was at least, like, a minute long. So I know there's at least, like, a minute's worth of reference, you know, towards Shrek and shit. So I don't know if it's before or after, but again, I haven't seen the entire movie though. After seems to be. Yeah. I mean, considering that, you know, death is coming for him for his last life because he used all of his 8, it does seem like it's afterwards. But yeah. Oh my god, I keep refreshing it, and there's another one. It's a goddamn Minecraft one. Oh my god. No, that's a kitty meme. If I refresh again, will it not? Oh my god! It's another. Okay, you know what? I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding, dude. You know what? Let's see. Let's see. Oh my god, wow. I actually pulled the screen up to prove it to you, and it doesn't. It's a Hassan video. Jesus Christ. Wow, I'm actually fucking shocked. Hold on, let's actually play the dice. Wow, alakablam! It's this guy. Okay, wow. YouTube, go fuck yourself. I don't have the screen on to prove the insanity I have to go through, and now you're making it random. Oh, well, yeah, oh wow, there it is. There's one. Alright, wow. Well, we're back on the fucking rant. Alright, we're back onto the puss memes right at the start. Wow, see? This is what I was talking about. Oh, god damn it. Well, okay, maybe it's not as prevalent as it was earlier, but son of a bitch. No escape. There really isn't no escape. You know what? Fine. You know what? God damn it. You know what? Fine. Fine, YouTube. I scroll down and god damn it, there's another one! You know what? Fine. You know what? Yeah, maybe I want to see something cool.
Hey, you want to see something cool?
What is it? You know what? Yeah, that's how I feel. Ah! Yeah, that's how I feel. Yeah. It's actually how I feel. Yeah, thank you, YouTube. Yeah, that's how I feel. God damn it. No. Wow. It scrolled down with that video right there, knowing I was gonna get. Okay, this algorithm's starting to know me a little too much. Fucking hell. What the fuck, man? What the hell? I mean, I will admit, though, there are a lot of scenes out of that movie that are just dead-ass, like, just straight-up meme template material. Like that one right there. Just, you know, it's like, hey, you want to see something cool? And then he bops away, and then it's just like... And then it's something, you know? It's whatever. It's just something that is cool. So... I will admit that honestly there is a lot of templates, you know, with, or at least a lot of meme template material with the film and shit. I'm sure there's probably more that I'm not aware of yet. I have an ability to just, like, push him over. Well, now I don't. Now he's looking at me like, you're gonna do what now? The way he was looking like that, I was gonna be able to, like, stand up and just, like, push him, but I'm not gonna be able to. And now he's walking away. Now he doesn't. Wow. Wow. Really? Are you that offended? Get back over here. Get back over here. What's wrong with you, dude? Really? Wow. What a little jerk. Seriously? Well, I guess I was technically the jerk, because I was gonna shove him, but... Man, he, like... He's gonna start making a goddamn hole on the bottom of that damn chair at the rate he's going with this damn thing. Just, like, using it as a bed the way he does. Like, my lord. Dude, that thing is honestly, like, so dirty. I mean, how would I wash something like that, honestly? How would I wash, like, a little foldable lawn chair like that? Is there even a way to do that? I guess there would be. I would assume so. You know what? I actually have some stuff that actually might actually work for that. But here, what time is it? It's stream one. Yeah, well, just barely 4.5 hours of stream. Yeah. Nice. I'm kind of debating a little bit. I want to try one of these new ones for the set I want to be building up here. Let's just do one of them, or just save that for later, for another time. Yeah, I'll just save it for another time. Fred's a little raspy now at this point. Well, actually, for the song I'm thinking about, it probably would be good for the raspy. Nah, I'll just save it for next time. What? What the fuck type of... What the noise was that? That was outside, but what type of noise was that? Sound like a little, like, yelp of a possum, raccoon, or something. I feel like there's something outside going on. but with animals, like, you know, like little rodents or something. Like a raccoon or a possum, maybe. Because even my dog, like, went, like, what the fuck? And I heard it, too, and I was just like, I don't know if the stream caught it, or at least the mic caught it or anything, but I definitely heard a little something outside. I was like, what the hell? What was that? Oh. Jeez, you don't have to, like, bitch and moan that much, bruh. Goddamn. What a dork. What a little dork. Nice. Anyway, I think I'll get myself some food. Some extra food instead of these Doritos. Because I have some chicken tendies set. I'm really craving because they sound really amazing right now. So, I'm going to have some fun with that. So, peace out. And of course, I'll be back around for that next one. So.